And we are about to go live. Good morning, and once again, everyone. Good morning, all. I welcome you all to the second International Conference on Science, Engineering, and Management, also as the ICM 2021. Organized by the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, yours truly, the IFERP, co-host by the Faculty of Psychology, University of Pangasinan, Indonesia. A little bit about IFERP, Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, also known as the IFERP, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations meant for research, development, and promotion in the field of engineering and technology. We are a platform to promote the advancement and dissemination of the knowledge of engineering and technology. IFERP is a professional association and a forum where innovations and research interests could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. Our forums and associates constitute professional leaders and organizations connecting each other with mission to work as wizards of science for defending the world, the earth. IFERP provides a world-class platform for scientists, researchers, academicians, business figures by organizing conferences and publishing research articles. IFERP conferences bring together the professional wizards and leaders who have explored all avenues to reinforce the field of applied science, engineering, and technology. A little bit about our co-host, the Faculty of Psychology, University of Pangasinan, Indonesia. The Psychology Study Program of Pangasinan University has been held since 2006. The establishment of this faculty was initiated by Dr. Eddie Toet Hendratno, SH, MSI, as Chancellor of Pangasinan University at that time. Dr. Silverios Y. Soeharto, SE, MM, PSI, who later became the Dean of the Faculty of Psychology, UP, and Professor Dr. Sarlito Sarwono as Professor of Psychology. The establishment of psychology study program is a response to the community's need for quality services for the psychology profession with national and international standards in strengthening its role in the industrial, government, community, and education sectors in Indonesia. The psychology faculty of Pangasinan University is a psychology faculty in Indonesia that has developed a business psychology curriculum since 2012. The curriculum integrates a number of scientific fields, including industrial and organizational psychology, business, economics, and management. Students are not educated to understand human nature, but are provided with a variety of knowledge about the business processes of an organization. The Faculty of Psychology, University of Pangasinan, was established on June 7, 2006, with an operational permit decree. No, it is under the auspices of Pangasinan University Education Foundation. Now, a little bit about this conference. This second international conference on science, engineering, and management, which is scheduled to take place today, August 26th and 27th of August 2021. Organized by yours truly, Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, also known as the IFERP. The ICSEM will offer researchers, delegates, and scholars an incredible chance to interact with each other and share their experience and knowledge of technology application. The goal of the second International Conference on Science, Engineering, and Management Conference is to provide a stage for researchers and practitioners from academia and business to deal with the state of the art advancement in their respective fields. The ICSEM will offer participants to interact with industry experts on the recent challenges in scientific research and associated areas. Leading researchers will share their incredible research findings and tools that they use to achieve better results. This international conference on multidisciplinary research and education is bound to generate a number of new ideas and experiences that participants, irrespective of who they are, experienced scientists, seasoned professionals, or young scholars at early stages of their careers can derive and make use of in some form of another towards the advancement of their careers. For those looking to spread awareness of their incredible research findings and other works, they will also have the chance to present their papers and articles. Again, I welcome you all to this second International Conference on Science, Engineering, and Management 2021. Now, I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. Mr. Rudra Bano Satpathy, CEO, Technorit Research and Development Association, India. Dr. Abhay Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Pratap University, Jaipur, India. Next, Dr. P.C. Shrikant, Professor and Head of Department, Department of Electronics and Communications Engineering, Malnad, College of Engineering, Karnataka, India. Dr. Robert Eberhardt, PhD, Associate Director of Research and Entrepreneurship and Society, my apology, Associate Director of Research on Entrepreneurship and Society, Stanford University, California. Dr. Devi Kausar, PhD, CHE, Dean of Faculty of Tourism, Universitas Pangkasila, Indonesia. Dr. Silverios Soeharto, Dean of Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Pangkasila, Indonesia. And also, Dr. Dev Kumar Rai, Associate Professor, Electronics and Communication Department, SAGE University, Indore, India. Thank you all for joining us even during this pandemic situation and imparting your expertise with us. I would also like to take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across India who have spread their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies across India and Indonesia. I would also like to welcome all our attendees to joining us today. For our welcome speech, let us welcome the Chief Executive Officer of Technorit Research and Development Association, India. Let us welcome Mr. Rudra Bano Satpathy. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Joso. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm fine as well. Thank you very much, the entire team members of IFERP and the organizing committee members and our beloved co-host, University of Pankasila Department of Psychology, for this brilliant invitation and for this privilege I got to speak on behalf of both the renowned and esteemed organization, IFERP and Department of Psychology, University Pankasila, at this brilliant forum of Asia, where the researchers of Indonesia, researchers of and leaders of Sri Lanka, as well as from India, Indonesia, and Sri Lanka. I mean, these three are the emerging superpowers of Asia, and at a very combined and in a collaborative forum, this conference is being organized so that the research works and innovative ideas and skills of everyone reaches in nook and corner of the globe. I express my hearty gratitude to all the renowned and esteemed keynote speakers, the organizing committee members for their painstaking effort, my entire team of IFERP, all the crew members of organizing committee, and the entire executing committee of this international conference for their hard work towards successful execution of conference. I express my gratitude as well as to my hearty thanks to all the institutional ambassadors and IFERP members and international advisory board members and executive council members of nation and international forum of IFERP for their kind contribution towards the research forum. Again, I think this is we have organized more than 210 international conferences since COVID-19 pandemic, because our mission and vision has been always saying that we should not uninterrupt the services of academic and scientific knowledge propagation. Since 2019, COVID-19 pandemic, when the globe was shut down and locked down because of restrictions of travel and physical meetings, our leaders came up with a brilliant idea and a strong connected forum of organizing these type of conferences and international activities. And with all our efforts and God's grace, successfully we have organized more than 210 international conferences. I repeat again. This is a place, this is a forum, this is a platform where the knowledge and skills of all technical institutions and scientific organization comes at a single platform, and we inculcate the sharing of knowledge. Moreover, we also urge all the institutions and universities partnering with us in form of organizer, co-organizer, co-host, or conference organizing institutions or institutional ambassadors, or institutional partners with respective institutional ambassadors to follow the proper procedure and proper systematic approach for application of institutional collaboration. Actually, we are forming nodes. We treat institutions and colleges and universities as nodes, and we are connecting those nodes in different regions, locations, countries, developing and developed countries, where the level of knowledge sharing and infrastructure could be brought at a certain level, and the developing countries will avail the opportunity of growth and advancement of knowledge and scientific skills. We are integrating this forum with all leading speakers in different aspects of engineering and other scientific studies, so that their thoughts and their process, their ideas, their visions comes up to this platform, and we water and scatter the knowledge and skills of experts to every individuals and every associated members of IFERP, with a strong connections of institutional members, advisors, and experts from different scientific research areas, as well as different geographical locations, with their expertise in different scientific topics. We are also providing assistance to all researchers to develop, to proofread, and modify their research works, so that we also offer a services of suggestions and joint supervisionship, where we engage our international members and international professors towards supporting the students and how the research works of the students and young researchers could be developed. We are also rapidly integrating the industrial fraternity with academic fraternity. So that is the must need of a proper collaboration between industries and academia, So at a rapid rate, we have collaborated with several leading educational institutions, colleges, and universities in Asia and globe. Apart from that, we are now collaborating with industries, trial centers, organizations, and research centers. And we are having a goal and ambition of collaborating with all major manufacturers and production units and research centers of globe by upcoming 2 years, so that we could bridge them with all academic institutions, and the research programs could be trial, implemented, tested, and validated at these industries and industrial needs and requirements and the problems. Also, we believe that it could be sorted out at researchers at institutions level. Moreover, we are also encouraging researchers of different age group to come up with innovations. We will be interacting with, and we'll be providing the services, and we'll be interacting with age group of to a large section of population with age group from 7 to 70, which will cover the major section of population. And we are also trying to identify the exact interest of research, and where their ideas could be propagated, and they will be connected with proper professional with perfect and similar ideas of research or interest of research. So a common platform could be built up, and this platform in field of disaster management, in field of climate change, in field of artificial intelligence, are different industrial and sustainability need of humanity. These forums will be the powerhouses of knowledge, and I believe in upcoming days, definitely this will add to the strength of human development. And I believe Indonesia is a nation, and we have been severally associated with with several universities, and I think almost all major universities were our partner from Indonesia. And today we feel privileged to work with University of Pangasilat once again to organize this conference at Sri Lanka, Colombo. Actually, this conference was expected to be a physical one, but once again, because of COVID-19 pandemic, we have to make it to a virtual platform. I believe this conference has all brilliant research ideas and intelligent and renowned speakers, as well as innovative skills of all authors to be presented here. And I believe this conference is being watched from nook and corner of globe in our social media channels and being watched by all the IFERP members. I thank everyone for their support and for their valuable input towards this conference. And I believe this will become an informative forum where you can share and learn your knowledge. I urge everyone to take utmost precautions and safety for COVID-19. And I pray to Almighty and God for a safe and healthy life of everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I would like to welcome our eminent keynote speaker to deliver the keynote address. He is the Vice Chancellor of Pratap University, has more than 39 years of experience in the field of education. He has been an entrepreneur for 3 years and worked in the industry for over 16 years as senior manager personnel. He acquired his PhD from the Department of Business Management, HNB Garhwal University, Srinagar, Garhwal, and completed his MBA from Motilal Nehru Institute of Research and Business Administration, the Universidad of Allahabad. He has a keen interest in the field of marketing management, strategy being his forte, and he has more than 20 years of experience in teaching and research. He is the author of several research papers and has also been the keynote speaker, chief guest at the number of conferences and seminars. He is also a member of numerous bodies related to higher education and is on the boards of management and advisory boards of many institutes and universities. Let us welcome Dr. Abhay Kumar.
Thank you, Jojo.
Good morning,
it went
sir.
Too long. Morning. I think the
Good morning,
introduction went too long.
Sorry.
We are all humbled. In fact, we are all on ground to earth people who are very practical in our approach towards academics and life. And of course, our responsibility is towards the student and peer groups. So at the outset, I wish to express my sincere thanks for the invitation to the second international conference on science, engineering and management, that is ICSEM 2021, which has been organized by the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, and co-hosted by Faculty of Psychology, University of Pancasila, Indonesia. Now, India and Indonesia have centuries-long warm relationships. If you go into history, you will find. So it is a wonderful thing which today we are on the same platform and we can build a better bond in the times to come. Now, to come up with, I would be talking more on science, engineering and management, its sustainable development. Now, according to, say, VP Michael, research in management, being a man of management myself, having done my MBA way back in 1980. So according to VP Michael, research in management is a systematic activity directed towards investigating managerial or business problems, which may result in or discovery of management tools for problem solving and decision making. This is what Michael envisages research in management to be. And I'm very happy to say, to just add on to this note here, that I've just come to know from the deliberations earlier that the Faculty of Psychology has got business psychology and many other areas which are interrelated to business as well as human psychology. And that is a wonderful thing, wonderful courses and programs to run, I think. We should take a leaf out of their books. Now, the basic research in engineering is by definition concerned with the discovery and systematic conceptual structuring of knowledge. Engineers develop, design, produce, or construct and operate devices, structures, machines, and systems of economic and societal value. Coming to the third point, research conducted for the purpose of contributing towards science by systematic collection, interpretation, and evaluation of data, and that too in a planned manner, is called scientific research. Now, just before I go ahead and speak whatever I have to, which I have in mind, I would like to just emphasize again what the CEO technocrat has just said, that in these 1.5 years of the pandemic, we have all come virtual. Technology has disrupted all walks of life. So when we talk about this disruption, we are here today, and because of technology, because of maybe engineering, because of managerial skills, and because of basic sciences, we are together here and discussing and deliberating on many issues. So we must thank technology, engineering, sciences, and management for this. But again, I must say there are 2 or 3 questions in mind, which I have. One, we should not simply go in for basic research only. It should be an interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research, because nowadays, when the globe has become too short, a small world we are living in, we must think of multidisciplinary areas, and research should not be limited to libraries. It should translate back into society in terms of product or service. Now, this is where, again, what the CEO technocrat had said, a collaboration between academicians and industry people should be there. And this is how research is going to prosper. We should have a research mindset. That means we should not only ask questions, but we must question the answers also continuously. Likewise, we must have an entrepreneurial mindset. That means it should not simply be a startup or an incubation which we should talk about. We should inculcate and incubate a mindset towards entrepreneurship. This is how I think we should go about. Well, now to talk about the theme of what I'm going to speak, that is engineering, science and management, sustainable development, I would just transgress into a very different area. Now, it will not be an exaggeration to say that modern day so-called progressive approach of human being towards life has been more inclined towards material gains. We all understand that, rather than proper inclusion of, say, issues like environmental conservation and sustainable development. Technology is very important. All engineering sciences, management, and basic sciences are very important. But what about the place we are living in? Now, it can be safely concluded, in my opinion, that the progress and success of all engineering advancements, say, vastly depends upon the advancements in basic or fundamental science research that we all know about. When it comes to management, research must lead to solution of business problems and contribute towards management knowledge. Now, the above statement which I am making, I have just made, it interestingly relates the three main components of the theme of this conference, namely engineering, science, and management. Now, this interesting linkage or interlinkage between these three areas can be further scrutinized, say, from one more interesting angle. With the advent of the Industrial Revolution, say, and concepts like economy of scale, since I'm a man of management and economics being one of the things we have understood, and which is very important, especially in the post-pandemic new normal, because economy will be guiding the world now. It will not simply be anything else. So now, mass production, for example, our traditional ways of managing business were all bound to witness a sea change. And it will not be unfair to say that most of the engineering and science progress has been to facilitate management of various human affairs. We will all agree that what is the objective of all science and management advancements? To manage human affairs, particularly business related, in a better and more effective manner. Now, with all these deliberations that we are having, it is not difficult to relate, say, the simple definition of management with the ongoing discussion, which is related to these three aspects in the context of sustainable development and environmental conservation, for example. Now, it has been pointed out earlier when I was talking that in the blind rush towards registering more sophisticated and modernized advancements in science and engineering, of course, in a pursuit to help and aid management, have somewhere gone wrong. This is my view. As far as sustainable development and environment related issues are concerned, not much back. I am intentionally saying not much back, because the relative context which I have in my mind is the age of Earth, and few centuries doesn't mean anything. In fact, absolutely nothing in comparison to the age of the universe and the Earth, which no one knows precisely. Now, a few centuries back, the entire globe, meaning, say, thereby all countries on this earth were agrarian in nature. So-called developed nations of the modern era were far from their current outlook and appearance in terms of technological advancements. In fact, around 500 years back, if we say, India was having a 25% share of international trade, and other countries maybe were not much in the picture. This is just an example I'm giving. There is an interesting theory which is called the theory of, say, demographic transition. This suggests that almost all countries across the globe are witnessing demographic trends of a unique kind. Now, what is that? The share of agricultural sector in the national income is continuously going down, whereas that of manufacturing and services sector is going up, and it is an across the board phenomenon, not limited to one country. It means that even the poorest nation on earth and the richest both are following the same trend. In case of richer nations, the pace may have dampened to some extent, say, on this count, but it is quite noticeable in case of poor nations. Perhaps because decrease in contribution of agriculture to their national income is still quite substantial. Now, with the advent of industrial revolution, mass production, and its managerial, say, manifestation or showcase in the form of economies of scale, and hence emergence of multinational and transnational companies has somewhere resulted in the diminishing of natural resources. This is not to castigate engineering or management development. I am just adding a word of caution. A close analysis of this pattern and composition of, say, the national incomes of various nations across the globe suggests that manufacturing and service sector rise may have been to some extent behind creation of this problem, sustainable development. Now, I came recently across a paper titled Development Economic Needs Environmental Review by Dr. Sandeep. The crux of the title and context of this paper is that at that time, when developmental economic theories were being built up by economic theorists, environment was not an issue of concern at all. No one on earth had ever imagined that a time was fast approaching when the people would have to move with oxygen masks when they come out of their homes, and pollution will become a potential threat to the very existence of the human race on earth. However, as has been, say, established by the deliberations, that now in the present time, no development issue, what to talk about theories and concepts, are complete without the proper inclusion of aspects like sustainable development and environmental conservation. In modern times, the Stockholm Convention of 1972 is considered as a landmark convention wherein a serious realization came to fore in relation to the issues surrounding environmental conservation and sustainable development. Now, since then, year after year, say a number of conferences, conventions, seminars have been done on these issues, but we are still far from even touching a satisfactory level in terms of, say, achieving these goals. Now, there is an urgent need in the present times for a global model to be developed, and this is where researchers would step in. So I would again say there is an urgent need in present times for a global model to be developed, keeping engineering, science, and management development in mind on one hand, but never forgetting the issue of sustainable development and environmental conservation on the other. Now, there are so many things we can talk about. Like, for example, if I talk about India, we have the new National Education Policy 2020 with us. It talks about advancements in management, it talks about advancements in science, it talks about advancements in engineering. But it also says that apart from the courses and programs to be run, we should have analytical skills and vocational skills imbibed and inculcated in the students of today. Now, that is where teachers and researchers have a great responsibility. Because, you know, whenever any educational reform anywhere in any country is to be implemented, basically the faculty, the institutional leaders, the deans, directors, teachers, vice chancellors, they have to be on their toes so that the implementation is of a nature which is conducive to the environment they wish to be created. So I think I would close now saying, say that with the hope that the deliberations in this international conference will lead towards a firm step in the direction I have talked about. And so I extend my best wishes to the organizers, all the participants, all the distinguished researchers here, all the teachers, all the students who are undergoing research. My best wishes to all of you. And I hope that research is the new form, in a new form, which IFERP and the faculty of Pencastelia has just envisaged, would be there. We would talk about basic research, we would talk about advanced research, and so even I would be learning, unlearning, and relearning many things. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much, Dr. Abhay Kumar, for delivering the keynote speech. And next, I would like to welcome our next eminent keynote speaker to deliver the keynote address. He is presently working as a professor and head of Department of ECE, Malnad College of Engineering, Hassan, Karnataka, India. He completed his M.Tech degree in 1996 from Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur, in the areas of lasers, and obtained his PhD from VTU, Belgium. He worked in the Applied Photonic Lab, Bangalore, during his PhD. Started as a lecturer in 1987. He became assistant professor in 1999, professor in 2011 in Malnad College of Engineering, Hassan, Karnataka, India. Doctor had a deep involvement in optical networks, was awarded as top 100 engineers last 2011 by International Biographical Center. St. Thomas Place, ELY, CB7, 4GG, Great Britain. He was selected for Marquis Who's Who in Science and Engineering 2011 to 2012, 11th edition. And also in 2016 to 2017, 12th edition. New Providence, New Jersey, USA. He received Best Paper Award for the following papers: Modeling of Photonic Crystal Ring Resonator, Temperature Sensor during 2014, a novel quantum dot automata based design for multiplexers during 2015, and detection of fluoride contaminated water in dental applications during 2015 at international conferences. His research areas includes optical communication and networks, photonic band gap crystals, wireless networks, lasers, and quantum electronics. He has guiding more than 100 BE, MTech, and PhD students. He has also far published more than 100 papers in national and international journals and conferences. He has attended many international conferences in India and abroad and has chaired many technical sessions. He has organized many international conferences and workshops. Awards and laurels won by him run into volumes. So far, he has received 12 awards. He is a senior member of IEEE USA, life member of ISTE. Currently, he is the secretary of IEEE Photonic Society, Karnataka Chapter, Bangalore. Let us welcome Dr. P.C. Shrikant.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for your introduction about me. So now I really take this opportunity to give a keynote talk on quantum concepts and its applications, because it is a thing which we are doing in our lab, and it is a trend of the day, quantum concepts and applications. So before starting my thing, I would like to thank IFERP for having given me an opportunity to speak about this keynote speak for this conference. Once again, I thank Rudra and his colleagues for giving me an opportunity to speak about few words. Can I share my slide now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, go ahead. Is it sharing now?
Yes, it is.
Yes.
Please proceed, Professor.
Yeah, thank you. So before I start my topic, I told I'll take a little bit 10 to 15 minutes more, because I have compressed like anything, and also have done some animation in my slides, so that people in the area of quantum and its allied sciences can easily understand. So now I directly going into quantum concepts. So now I'll just outline of my talk is quantum basics, quantum representation, quantum key concepts, quantum gates, X gate, Y gate, Z gate, H gate, C not gate, C not gate. So now, so before moving into this topic, I would like to tell what is the need for quantum mechanics. So you know that in the universe, whatever we are seeing, that is actually not in the level of micro or nanometers, but it is more than micrometers that we can see. If you want to see a tiny thing, we should go for microscope, and still tiny, we have to go for nanoscope. So in that context, whatever I am telling right now, we cannot go for classical classical physics. We have to go for quantum physics. So the difference between quantum and classical, I am going to tell you in a minute. So you see that one. See, matter and its interaction with energy on the scale of atomic structure and subparticles can be attributed as quantum. But more than that one, we can go for classical one only. So then what is a quantum computer? A quantum computer is a machine that performs that performs calculation based on the laws of quantum mechanics, which is behavior of particles at subatomic level. So I'm going to deal with this quantum computer and all those things. So now coming to this, why we have to go for quantum? See, Moore's law states that, one second. Sorry for the disturbance. Moore's law states that it states that every year the transistor which is written on chip will be increased to 2-fold. That means every 18 to 24 months. So it is being done from past several years, and now we are at a stage that we have on the same size of the chip, we are having more transistor, and the size of the transistor is of the nanometer. So when you go for nanometer, then we should go for quantum mechanics. Our classical physics will fail to explain all these things. Another important thing in quantum is, so when you are increasing more number of transistors, what's happening is the distance between two transistors is becoming narrower, and quantum tunneling will come into picture. So these are all the things which we have to keep it into mind while going for quantum mechanics. So quantum computer, on the other hand, use qubits. So whereas now in whatever we are doing now is quantum qubits. We have got binary bits, no, ones and zeros, but we have quantum bits, that is called as qubits. So they are typically subatomic particles such as electrons or photons, generating and imaging, scientific engineering, this one. So now we can see here from classical physics, it will cater 10 micrometer in 1971 on a chip, the size of the transistor. 2016, 10 nanometer, 2016, but now in 2018, it is coming to 7 nanometer, 5 nanometer, future is 3 nanometer and 2 nanometer, greater than 2022, 2023. So these are all the things which we are. You can see the transistor earlier, only 4 were there on the same chip. Now it is increased, it is still increased, it is still increased, and the size is almost, whatever I told, size is almost in the terms of nanometer range, that is of 7 to 5 nanometer range. So now, solution. So what we have to do? The solution for this one is, we are using silicon. Other than silicon, we have to find out new material. So, or else we have to go for another technology for this one. Yeah, this is a quantum basics double slit experiment. You have one slit here, you have another slit here, and light. We have got a light source. You can see here. I just show the animation. You can see the ultimately it will act as wave. So in this double experiment done by Huygens. So this is a maximum amplitude, okay, and these are all the side band. Yeah, okay. So this is once again we are going for a double slit. Earlier it was behaving like light was behaving like a wave. Now I have a tennis ball and slit 1 and slit 2. You know that tennis ball is more than 1 micron. So we keep on shooting tennis balls. Some tennis ball will go to slit 1, some tennis ball will go to slit 2. You can see clearly 2 peaks, and there is no wave nature. It is like a particle nature. Okay. So that is the duality of a light wave. So now wave source you can see here. So it is acting as a, you can see waves is passing through constructive interference and destructive interference. You are getting like a wave. Okay, it is a water ripple. So now double slit experiment, the same thing. Electron gun, electrons are passing through it. Once again, you are going to get the same this thing. What is that? Same wave-like structure. But on the other hand, if I keep an observation here close to one of the slit and see the result, so it will count whether it is going from the electron is going from slit 1 or going from slit 2. You are going to get a particle nature. Okay, if you are observing it. If you won't observe it, it acts like a wave nature. That means to say that nano particles, we have to go for quantum mechanics. So this is what the double slit experiment. I am little bit fast, or else here also I am keeping one detector for the electron. Here also it is acting like a particle in nature, not wave. So that means, so I have put an observer, you can see double slit, and you can see that one. So this is what actually, so it is acting like, when your observation is there, it is acting like a particle. When there is no observation, it is acting like a wave. That is to say, that means to say that one, we have to go for nano thing. So this is one of the small video which I have done it. So particle, if it is a particle, it is acting like, you can see in the animation. So particle nature, you can see it is acting as a particle. Now we are going for wave. So you can see it is wave 2, it is emanating by the same source. It is divided into 2 slits, and you can see the wave type thing which is on the photosensitive screen. Can you see this one? Wave-like structure, okay. So then quantum object. So quantum object means definitely you can see like this. So you can see. Then finally, if you are seeing that one, I think hopefully. So it is acting as a wave. Then add an observer. If we add an observer, it acts like a particle. Can you see here? Earlier, when there is no observer, it is acting like a wave. But when you add some observer, it acts like a particle. So I think you can see that one. I have made an animation. I think most of the things are animated only. You will have a real glimpse of quantum. What is that one going on in the universe? So I think you can see it is acting like a particle. So that's what actually this video tells. I will go to the next slide. So now I'm just directly going to this one. So I don't want to go too much about the mathematics. We have got a qubit. It is a ket notation. Alpha ket slit 1 plus beta ket slit 2. Qubit alpha ket 0 plus beta ket 1. So this is Dirac ket notation. The wave function psi is equal to alpha 0 ket plus beta ket 1. So this is alpha square and beta square. Modulus of this one is equal to 1. This is what is known as total probability of you getting alpha or beta. And you can see here, when the electron or photon is moving to the slit 1, it is this one, 0 and 1. When it is moving through slit 2, it is 1 and 0. Okay, so that is what is ket 0 and ket 1. So you can see ket 0, 1 and 0. Ket 0 means alpha is equal to 0, beta is equal to, alpha is equal to 1, beta is equal to 0. Ket 1 is alpha is equal to 0, beta is equal to 1. So this is known as ket notation. Okay. So that is what actually we have in binary only two distinct, that is either 0 or 1. But here you have more number of things. That means superposition of states, ket 0 and ket 1. Superposition of states. I will show that one. So you can see here, in a normal classical computing, the basic unit of information is a bit. A bit can be in one of the two states, 0 or 1. In quantum computing, the basic unit information is qubit. After measurement, a qubit will be one of the two states, ket 0 or ket 1. You can see here on the right hand side. So we can use anything for transmission. If you use photon, it may be vertical or horizontal polarization. You can see here horizontal polarization and vertical polarization. Can you see here? So if you vertical polarization, we can take it as ket 1. Horizontal polarization, we can take it as ket 0. Otherwise, like that one. The electron spinning up or spinning down. Spinning up can be taken as ket 0. Spinning down can be taken as ket 1. So atom, discrete energy levels. It may be lower energy level or higher energy level. You can see here atom. So lower energy level, if the electron is there in the lower energy level, we call it as ket state 0, and if it is in the higher energy level, we can call it as state 1. So that means we can use either photon or electron or atom to transmit the signals on the fiber optic cable, or it can be through satellite communication, or it can be used for encryption and decryption. So we are using for 0 and 1. Remember, the most important thing here, once again I'm stressing, is the total state, get 0 and get 1 are superposition of states. I'll show that one in a moment. You can see that one. So bit, qubit representation and ordinary bit representation. So in binary, either it may be 1 or it may be 0. In p bit, probability bit, it can go anywhere between 1 and 0, but in qubit means quantum bit. So bit may be anyway, so it can assume any state. This is superposition of state. You understood? So there is a block sphere representation. You can see x, y, and z coordinate system. You can see it's a sphere and the point is here. Okay, it is in between 0, ket 0, and ket 1. It is a superposition of states. Here you have infinite number of states between 0 and 1. So superposition. So alpha, this is psi function, ket 0, alpha ket 0 plus beta ket 1. You can see. So this is the point where we have either ket 1 or ket 0. It is superposition of states. That's the wave function psi. So this is making an angle theta with z axis and making an phi with x axis, and this is the projection. Okay. So block vector coordinate system, sin theta cos theta, sin theta sin phi, cos theta is equal to x, y, and z. So I don't want to completely go into the mathematics because I don't have time. I'll quickly finish it off. I think the wave function psi is equal to cos theta by 2 ket 0 plus e to the power of j psi sin theta by 2 ket 1. So these are the notations which we are using and the mathematics. So bit 0 and bit 1, you can see bit 0 is represented as psi of alpha ket 0, beta ket 1. Okay, this is bit 0, and bit 1 is represented as alpha is equal to 1, beta is equal to 0. That's whatever I have told. Okay. So now 2-bit representation of, there are few states, plus ket state, minus ket state. So that is plus ket state is represented as alpha of ket 0 plus beta of ket 1, where alpha is equal to 1 by square root 2, beta is equal to 1 by square root 2. This is plus state. And minus state is alpha is equal to 1 by square root 2 plus beta is equal to minus 1 by square root 2. So this is the thing which we are showing on the figure. Okay. So plus I state, ket I, minus ket I state. For that one, once again the same wave function, but the value of the probability, alpha and beta changes. Alpha is equal to 1 by square root 2, beta is equal to I 1 by square root 2 for ket plus I. For ket minus I, alpha is equal to 1 by square root 2, beta is equal to minus I 1 by square root 2. Once again, I am telling alpha and beta are probabilities of you are getting ket 0 or ket 1, and if you square, take the square of it and add it, alpha square plus beta square is equal to 1. Total probability is 1. So you can see a representation of 0. So 1 and 0, the state, 0 state, you can see what is that point is there on z axis. Okay. So qubit alpha, the alpha is equal to 1.00 and beta is equal to 0.00. So this is probability. So this is that theta is equal to 00 and phi is equal to 00. So theta is equal to 00, phi is equal to 00. You are going to get bit 0. Bit 1, 0, 1 representation, and theta is equal to 180 degrees, phi is equal to 0.00. So, and then plus ket plus state, theta is equal to 90 degrees, phi is equal to 00, alpha is equal to 0.707, beta is equal to 0.707. So it is represented as 1 by square root of 1 and 1. Now minus state, theta is equal to 90 degrees, phi is equal to 180 degrees, qubit is equal to 0.707, and ket 0 plus minus 0.707, ket 1. So probability is, I have already told 50 and 50%. So it is represented as 1 by square root of 1 minus 1. So likewise, arbitrary state, any state, I told you here, sum all theta is equal to 32.8 degrees, phi is equal to 299.8 degrees, qubit is equal to alpha is equal to 0.9593, beta is equal to 0.104. So your bit is this one, the psi function, that is wave function. So anyhow, that is the reason why I told we can have many number of states. So you can have this state, you can have this state, you can have this state. The real qubit representation is represented as a sphere because the coefficients are complex numbers. So they are not simple integers, they are complex numbers. The probability from 0 to 1 is similar to classical probability, but the complex coefficient introduces an additional parameter, phase angle. So in normal classical thing, we don't have complexity, but here we have complex coefficient. There you have got 0 and 1 precisely, but here you have got qubit, that is superposition of 0 and 1 state. And it is infinite number of states. The sphere above represents 3 different qubits with the same probability proportion, 0ness and 1ness, but with different phases. So now I can see superposition. I have got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 coins. So I am going to toss the coin. If you are going to toss the coin, you may get either 0 or you may get either 1. So the total states is psi is equal to alpha of you are getting 0 plus beta of you are getting ket 1. So it is a superposition of states for all the 5 coins. So you can see the measurement yields only one state of x of the superimposed state. So now I am going for quantum entanglement. This is the most important thing. This is actually demonstrated or told by great scientist of all the times, Einstein. So he told this is entanglement. I will just tell you about entanglement. You can see. So what is entanglement? You take a coin, it can be tail or head on the left hand, close it, and you take another coin in the right hand, you close it. Okay, 2 coins. If they are entangled, the coin which is there on the left hand fist will be the same thing on the right hand. Supposing, say, if I do something, tossing out the coin on the left hand, if I get tail, right hand also you are going to get tail. And if you get head in the left hand, you are going to get tail in the right hand. So no matter what is the distance between the two fists of my this one. Supposing, say, if you have a coin at some point, and if you have another coin at some light years, remember light years, and if you make a measurement on the coin which is there in my hand, and if I get tail, the same thing I am going to get the tail in the coin which is there at light years. Remember the distance between, no matter the distance between 2 particles, 2 atoms, 2 photons, and this is known as what is known as quantum entanglement. And also we call it as teleportation, because we are not transmitting from one to another. No media is there. Only change in the measurement of change in the state of one will be there in the other one. Okay, if they are entangled. So once again, but it can be used for quantum teleportation. Hence, so this is what which I am telling. This entanglement leads to truly hard to explain quantum effects such as Einstein, Podolsky, Rosen, EPR products. Suppose you have to take entangled qubits, give one to Alice and one to Bob, they move far apart. So we are giving one qubit to Bob, one qubit to Alice, they are moving far apart. Now Alice measures the state of her bit. Suppose she measures 0, Alice measures 0. If Bob now measures his qubit, he will measure the same thing. That's what I am telling. So Bob is there, and if he measures Alice, if she measures 0, Bob also measures the same 0. This seems to imply that it is possible to communicate instantaneously across any distance, faster than the speed of light. This is most important, faster than the speed of light, violating the laws of physics. This is also very, very interesting thing. Violating the laws of physics. That means the classical physics will fail and we go for what is known as quantum physics. In fact, it turns out that even though this action at a distance seems to happen, it cannot be used to communicate. It cannot be used to communicate. It can be used to code, but it can be used for quantum teleportation, whatever I am telling. Teleportation means not physically moving. Dense coding, key distribution, some important computation of quantum theory that are being experimentally proven. So this teleportation you might have seen in so many English fiction movies, that some fellow will come, vanish, and he will appear at some distance, some other place. So this is known as teleportation. Okay. Some important applications of quantum theory have been experimentally proven. Until now, we have no concrete thing in quantum, but still we are developing quantum, and it is more promising field in quantum computing, quantum machine learning, quantum deep learning, quantum communication, etc., etc. And also in our lab, my students are working on quantum deep learning and also quantum communication. Okay, so the laws of causality, a cause must precede its effect. Reference frames, I think I will just go to this one. You can see entanglement. Can you see the entangled photon? There are two photons here, they are entangled. So I will be keeping one photon, measuring one photon M1 and another photon M2. Whatever you do the measurement on M1, the same thing will be on M2. Suppose say M1, you are going to get horizontal polarized photon and M2 will be horizontal only. If M1 you are getting vertical polarization, if you do the what you call experiment, same vertical polarization will be there on M2. So no matter what the distance between these two photons, just you can see the separated but entangled parts of the same quantum system can only be described by referring the state of other part. This is possible outcome of measurement of M2. You can see measurement of M2 depends on the result of measurement of M1 and vice versa. So both are entangled. If you measure something on M1, the same thing will be there on M2. If you measure M2, the same thing will be on M1. This is usually a consequence of conservation of loss, conservation of moment. This is most important. Conservation of moment, conservation of angular moment energy, etc. Non-locality, this connectedness between the separated systems part is called quantum non-locality. It should act even if the system parts are separated by light years. So no matter if this photon is and this photon are separated by light years, whatever you make the measurement of M1, the same thing will be on M2. So this is known as teleportation. You are not sending anything. There is no media between M1 and M2. There is no channel between M1 and M2. But whatever you are doing on the M1, the same thing will be happening in M2. And whatever you are doing in the M2, the same thing will be doing on the M1. Or else, you take a coin, if two coins are entangled, M1, if you toss the coin, if you make the experiment at M1, the coin, if you toss, if you get tied, M2 also you are going to get tied. Suppose if you toss the coin at M2, and if you are going to get head, you are going to get save in M1. So this is known as entangle. So you can see here. So this is a white ball and red ball. If they are entangled, so it is now entangled. It is whitish pink. So now you can see it is whitish pink. So whatever you do the experiment on this one, the same thing will appear. Properties remains entangled over the long distance. This is known as teleportation. So whatever you are doing, the same thing. I'll show one more thing. So now you can see these two are already entangled. Now these two will be entangled. So whatever you are going to measure, a measurement here also changes the thing instantaneously. So you can see now these two are entangled one more particle I am bringing, that is the green one. So then if you make the measurement on this one, it will become greenish pink. So the same thing you can see here clearly. Now these two are entangled. I am making the measurement here and I am making this one. So now it will become greenish pink and this will also become greenish pink. So there is no connection between these two. So this is known as teleportation. Sorry, just last sentence. Transfer of information over long distance without going there. So that means physically they are not going. So transportation or transfer of information. Okay. So now quantum gates, something I quickly move on to this one. So the quantum gates are reversible operations when compared to our logic gates and OR and all those gates are non-reversible. But quantum gate, all quantum gates are reversible. This means that it must be possible for us to recreate the initial state by using only one output state without additional information. This is the most important thing. Okay. A quantum gate or a quantum logic is a quantum circuit operating as one or more number of qubits. The condition the gate must adhere in order to achieve the constraint is known as unitary condition. For a unitary function u to be unitary, inverse of u must be equal to u dagger, where u dagger is a conjugate transpose of u obtained by transposing and then complex conjugating u. This is the only constraint on the quantum gate. So this is what the constraint. Any unitary matrix specifies the valid quantum gates. So now I'll just go into a Pauli X gate. So input is cat 0 and cat 1. Output is same thing, cat 1 and cat 0. So the what you call matrix is 0, 1, 1, 0. You can see. So whatever you are having 1 and 0, you are going to get the same. Oh, no, sorry, it is actually. So if you give 0, you are going to get 1. If you get 1, you are going to get 0. So this is the operation 0, 1, 1, 0, cross 1, 0, and you are going to get 0, 1. That means you are sending 1 and 0, and you are going to get 0 and 1. So that means it is something like a inversion, not gate. So input size is equal to alpha cat 0 plus beta cat 1. Output size is equal to beta cat 0 plus alpha cat 1. You can see in the machine and also in the right hand side. You can see it is, can you see this one, X gate? So the axis is moving in X gate only. This is a state machine, okay? So 0, 1, if you give the input 0, 1, it will become 1, 0. So likewise, if you get plus cat 1, then it will be in the same state. Suppose say if you get minus cat minus 1, so you are going to get minus cat. So this one from here to here. So this is the state machine. So this is the operation. You can see the input is minus 1 and 0. That is what is this one, minus 1 and 0. And you are going to get 0 and 1. This is inverse gate. So likewise, Pauli Z gate, if you give 0, you are going to get 0. If you give 1, cat 1, you are going to get, sorry, I have to say cat 1, you are going to get minus cat 1. And this is a Pauli 1, 0, 0, minus 1. You can see here, and I am going to get, this the matrix is 1, 0, 1, theta, theta, minus 1 into 0, 1, you are going to get minus of 0. So you can see the thing which is revolving in the Z, it is actually, okay. In this one only it is revolving. Axis is Z only. Then I have a Y gate. So input is cat 0, output is I1. Input is cat 1, output is minus I cat 0. So you can see 0 minus I minus 0. This is Y matrix multiplied 0, 1. If you input minus I 0, you are going to get minus I of 1 and 0. So this is Pauli Y gate. You can see the X. If you combine X and Z gate, you are going to get Pauli Y gate. So if you give combining of X and Z gate, you are going to get Pauli Y gate. That means the rotation will be there in the Y, this one, okay. So now I am going to Pauli Y gate. So you can see complex conjugate, you are going to see inverse Pauli matrix 1 by Y determinant modulus adjoint Y, you are going to get 1 minus 1 0 I minus I 0. So these are all primary things. H gate, also Hadamard gate, this is most important gate. Cat 0 is represented as cat 0 plus cat 1 divided by square root 2. Cat 1 is represented as cat 0 minus cat 1 divided by square root 2. And this is what the state machine for H gate. So I don't want to take too much of time. Control not gate. So input was 0, 0, A, B. You can see A, B. Control input is B. So if you change the control bit, you can see here. So you are going to get the target bit will be changed. Okay. So control bit is B. If you give control bit 0, there is no change. If you give control bit, there will be a change. 0 will become 1. And if you give control bit 0, the same thing will be there. And if you give control bit 1, the target bit will become 0. Okay. So this is regarding 2 input. Likewise, we have got ABC 3 input controlled NOT gate, CCN NOT gate. So now I am just going into the concept of why should we worry. So this is the most important thing. So what is the advantage of quantum? So I'm going to tell you a little bit quickly. So now you are having people are hacking, and hacking, if you use quantum, then hacking almost is impossible. Okay, so why should you worry? Credit card purchase, online banking, defense communication, all at risk of being compromised with quantum computers. Information communicated through classical cryptography now. So information is through classical only. This should compromise with quantum computers. We need to take steps now in order to prevent its catastrophe. The solution is quantum cryptography. Why? What is the wrong with classical cryptography problem? Unconditional security is not possible. Example, RSA protocol based on the mathematical complexity of factoring a large number shows algorithm using quantum gates that can perform factorization in polynomial time. Quantum communication is relies on physical properties of the photon rather than mathematical complexities used in classical cryptography. So these are all the things. Am I audible? Hello? Hello?
Yes, Professor, but it's kind of low. Can you go
Yeah,
near the mic?
yeah, sure. Now, am I audible now? Clearly?
Yeah, it's better. It's better.
I'm holding the microphone very near to me only. So this is what actually then computational resources grow very fast, and today hard problem could be solved tomorrow using the brute force attack. So these are all the things. Most important is the key distribution, quantum key distribution. I'm going to tell in detail this one. How does quantum mechanics protect information? Measurement disturb the signal on an average. So I'm going to tell you something. So this is a setting, Alice and Bob, noisy classical communication, noisy quantum communication. Okay, like this. So now we can see here Alice and Bob secret key. So there will be a classical what is that one? Information will be through classical channel only, but key to open this classical we are sending through quantum channel. Secret key exchange by quantum cryptography. Quantum cryptography is a key distribution technique. Quantum key distribution is better name. So this is one figure, classical communication and quantum communication. Security guaranteed by laws of quantum physics. That's what actually a classical channel, we are sending the information through classical channel, but quantum channel we are sending only the key. So the key, Alice will be sending her bit and Bob will have the key. So if the same key, whatever Alice sends, if Bob gets, then he can decode this classical channel. Details of the prototype publicly known. Goal to produce secret key by noting Eve cannot do better than cutting the line. So in between, if Eve comes and disturbs, then it will come to know then the communication is interrupted. Okay. Preparing a single photon. So for this one, we require a single photon, different types of source, including weak coherent pulsed source, spontaneous parameter, down conversion, etc. Random selection of polarization basis for each photon. We know that basis is alpha and beta, rectilinear and diagonal basis, random selection of polarization between two orthogonal states in each basis. Record. I am going to show you this one. Bob's operation, random selection of polarization, I'll just tell you, and Alice and Bob operation. Okay, now I'll just tell you. So quantum key distribution, QKD. You have got vertical, this is vertical and this is diagonal. So if this vertical, we call it as bit 1, it is 90 degrees, it is rectilinear, and this is also rectilinear. Horizontal is represented as this one, red. And in diagonal, plus 45, 0 is represented like this, and minus 135 represents bit 1, okay. So rectilinear, horizontal polarization, 0 basis. Vertical, 90 degrees, basis is 1, okay. Basis are bit. Diagonal, plus 45 degrees, bit or basis is 0. Minus 135 or 45 degrees, basis is 1. And here, you know that basis is nothing but a vector. So this is a classical channel, we are sending the information regularly, and quantum channel, we are going to do this either rectilinear or diagonal. So now we can see clearly Alice and Bob. So now it is a quantum channel. I will explain this one. This is the most important thing. So there is a single photon source. Now Alice is having, so what is this one? This may be either vertical or horizontal. This one, the basis is used is rectilinear. Okay. So now 0. Can you see? So 0 is transmitted, and randomly this Bob will select the basis. So he selects what is known as diagonal, but she sends in what is this one known as rectilinear. When the diagonal is chosen, then you are going to get either 1 or 0. It is not possible that the same state will go. So this state will be discarded. Okay. Now, once again, random selection basis of Alice is diagonal, and the bit sent is 0, and this is 45 degrees. Now, let us see what Bob selects. It is rectilinear. Once again, the measurement may be right or may be wrong. Either it may be 0 or 1. It is discarded. Now the Alice will select rectilinear basis, and she's sending one rectilinear one. You can see rectilinear one, and Bob also selects. Let us see rectilinear only. Then here your communication is whatever rectilinear only. Then whatever Alice is sent, the same thing will appear at Bob. So there is no change. So 100% result you are going to have. Now Alice will have change. We will take rectilinear, then bit one. You can see bit one is going, and Bob will once again go for diagonal. Then you may get or you may get. So if you send one, you may get 0 or you may get 1. So it is not perfect. So now next one. Now Alice is taking diagonal, she is sending one, and 135 degrees. Bob is also in random. Here you are going to get whatever you are having one, the same thing one we are having. That means only 2 states we are going to have correct. The rest is wrong until now. And finally another one. So Alice takes diagonal state, and she is sending bit 0, and Bob will select what type of basis it is. Rectilinear. Once again, you may get wrong result. So you can see only 2 results are right. So you can see that one. So this result is wrong. This result is also wrong. This result is right. So this result is wrong. This result is right. This result is wrong. So basis is RD, RR, DD. The random selection of Alice, and random basis from Bob is DRR, DRR. So when they take the same basis R and R, you are going to get the same result. And here also the same basis, diagonal basis, and the rest, the probability of you getting are different. Okay. So these are all discarded. This is also discarded. This is also discarded. This is also discarded. This is also discarded. And the quantum key is 1 0. You can see. So once again, quantum key is, this is right now. So this is 1, and this is 1. Okay, 1 and 1. Okay. So 1 and 1. Okay, 1 1 1 1. So key is 1 1, right? Key is 1. So comparing the basis, same basis. So it is like maybe it is rectilinear. Bob basis, if you chooses this one, you will get 1 or 0, 100%, and 0 you are going to get 0%. So there is no problem, you are going to get 100%. Different basis. Different basis means Alice will send 1 through rectilinear basis. Bob selects diagonal basis. He may get 1 or he may get 0. He getting 1 is 50% and 0 is 50%. But here it is perfect result, and here it is 50%. Okay. So now why it is impossible? This is the most important thing here. Why this is impossible? I will show this one. You can see Alice is sending 0 1 1 0 1 0 0 1. Alice random sending basis. So rectilinear, diagonal, rectilinear, diagonal basis, rectilinear basis. Alice photon, this is horizontal polarization, vertical polarization, 135 degrees, horizontal polarization, 135 degrees, 45 degrees, 45 degrees, 90 degrees. Now, Bob's random measuring basis. So For this one, Bob will select Alice. For this one, Bob is selecting the same basis, then you are going to get the same polarization. This is okay. Then here Alice will have rectilinear and Bob will select diagonal. Here you are going to get either 0 or 1. This result is discarded. So next one, both select diagonal, you are going to get the same result. That is one. Next one, Alice select rectilinear, Bob will select diagonal. He will get wrong result. That may be 0 or 1, 50-50%. Here also the basis is Alice basis is diagonal, Bob basis is rectilinear. Here also it is wrong result you are going to get. Here Alice is taking rectilinear diagonal, Bob is also diagonal. Here perfect match is there and you are going to get the communication. And then here once again the basis of Alice is diagonal, Bob is rectilinear. This is also discarded. So last one is also okay. Alice takes sends through rectilinear. Bob also selects rectilinear. So these are all true. Receiving bit. So you can see this is 0 and 0. Okay, I'll show that one. So these are all, the key now is 0, 1, 0, 1. 4 bits are transmitted properly and the rest are error. So you may get 0 or 1. Here you may get 0 or 1. Here you may get 0 or 1. Here you may get 0 or 1. But here, if you send 0, you are going to see 0 only. Here you are sending 1, you are receiving 1 only. If she is sending 0, Bob is receiving 0 only, because bases are same. And the key for this one, 0, 1, 0, 1. You can see the shift key is 0, 1, 0, 1. Okay, that is sent over quantum channel. Suppose in between, Eve is receiving now. In between, Eve disturbs. You can see here. You can see the same basis Eve is disturbing. Then Bob's photon. Now, when this the same thing you are going to get here also. Eve taking plus, rectilinear. Eve taking rectilinear. It is right. So here then they will come to know that someone is hacking. Then the what you call the connection is de-established. So that is what is known as eavesdropping. So in the middle, you can see this is the wrong result. So now, if we take security of BB84, receiving single photon plus 0, rectilinear sending 0, 50%, 50 rectilinear 50%, receiving base 50%, this is diagonal, received bit 0, 50%, and from here is 25%. So totally it is 75%, received bit 0 or 1. Now we can see if checking the key bits are 30 bits, 1 minus 0.75 into 10 to the power 1 minus 0.75 to the power of 30. That means very small error. Chances of discovering eavesdropping is 0.99981. It's very less eavesdropping. Okay, so you cannot what do you call? I am telling you, you cannot hack it. So finally, quantum learning, the problem of artificial intelligence. So this is what goes, and I think I don't have time. So I think I'll show the final thing. So these are all the deep network learn complex representation, low level features, mid level features, high level features, with desired output, edges, textures, object properties, object recognition, difficulty to specify exactly. Deep networks learn these data without explicit labels, analogy layers of visual processing. Okay. So now, what is deep learning? So we know that one. So why now this one we are using for deep learning. So these are all the challenges. I'll show that one. So can we learn more complex representation on quantum computer? Can we learn the actual objective true gradient on quantum computer? Can we exponentially speed up model training on quantum computer? Yes. Can we learn more complex representation on quantum computer? Yes. This is regarding to deep learning. Can we learn the actual objective true gradient on quantum computer? Yes. Can we go exponentially speed up model training on quantum computer? So this is what actually no, it's not possible. So I think I am done with my talk. So I think I have not taken more time. Whatever time given for me, I have compressed and given a talk on this one. and I think I'll be able to take up one or two questions if there are any audience, or else I think I'll stop here. And if anybody wants to communicate to me regarding quantum concepts, or maybe communication, or quantum computer, or deep learning, or machine learning, you are most welcome to contact me. My email ID is pcs@mcehasan.ac.in. pcs@mcehasan.ac.in.
Thank you so much, Professor. Are there any questions? Someone would like to ask a question? I think none. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you.
Next, I would like to welcome our next eminent keynote speaker to deliver his keynote address. He is an Associate Director of Research on Entrepreneurship and Society, Stanford University, California. PhD is an associate. He led research at Stanford's project on Japanese entrepreneurship, or STAGE, from 2013 to 2016, that he founded with Professor William Miller. During his tenure, STAGE, or STAGE, became a prominent research forum for work examining Japanese entrepreneurship and its lessons for entrepreneurship research in Silicon Valley and the world.
Hello.
Hi, he joined the Levy School of Business in the fall of 2013 as an assistant professor of management. Professor came to Santa Clara from Stanford University, where he spent the last 5 years as a research scholar directing research on Japanese entrepreneurship. He also has an appointment as a visiting professor at Kobe University and is a research associate at Columbia University's Center for Japanese Economy and Business. He is also an editorial board member of Organization Science from 2016 up to present. From 2020, he is acting as an associate director of research on entrepreneurship and society at Stanford University, California, directing a research initiative on how entrepreneurship is changing the world around us. Let us welcome Dr. Robert Eberhardt.
Thank you
Hi,
very
good morning, sir.
good evening. It's late at night now.
Oh,
It's a pleasure to be here, and I look forward to describing. Now, my talk will be very different than the last very interesting one. I'm a sociologist by training, and I'm going to go through our research on understanding entrepreneurship and innovation in the world, and how it is transforming the world around us. If you don't mind, I'll share my screen.
go ahead,
Okay?
Professor. Yep,
Great, and then let me try to make this look nice. And can you hear me well?
very well.
Oh, good, I'm glad. All right, you may interrupt me anytime if you have a question, and of course I'll be happy to take questions at the end, and I expect this to be controversial. I will also speak as slowly as I can. I know many of you are not native English speakers, but that means you have a big advantage over me since I speak none of your languages. And I wish I did. Anyway, we're going to talk today about entrepreneurship and innovation in the world and how it's coming to create an acceptance and a belief that it's okay to be unequal, that rich people deserve to be wealthy and poor people deserve to be poor. And I want to talk about that, how that's happened. This context will be very much American based, and I apologize for that. But we are seeing important transformations in our society we believe caused by innovation and entrepreneurship, and I want to discuss that with you. You do not need to know about this law, but it's an interesting law that passed in California about a year ago. Here we have new app-based businesses which are considered innovative and innovative entrepreneurship, things like Uber and Lyft and other taxi services. And they were classified by the government here in California as employees. But Uber and Lyft wanted them to be called contractors. That is, people who just worked for the companies under a particular short-term contract. That means if they're called contractors, that Uber does not have to pay them health benefits or vacation or give them a pension. They cannot organize into unions. They have no minimum wage protections. And what's more important part about this law is that it could not be changed. Interesting enough, this week this law was struck down, but the point gets to be made. The initiative, not surprisingly, was funded to get the votes, was funded by Uber and Lyft and other app driver companies, and also the California Chamber of Commerce, which is a group of business people in California. That's not a surprise. What did surprise us is that normally very leftist liberal organizations like the NAACP, which is an anti-racist organization, and some public unions also supported this. And there's reports that up to 60% of the drivers themselves supported this. And we don't understand why. And the question is, why would people vote to have less benefits and less job security? So why did you do that? When we asked the people who voted for it, they argued that they wanted to become contractors. That way they could view themselves as entrepreneurs. That as Uber drivers, they could set their own hours. They could drive when they want, and they were responsible for their own wages. And because they could do that, they felt like entrepreneurs. And because entrepreneurs is such an elevated status in the world today, it was clear that that allowed them to think of themselves as better off, even though they were working less money. And so the argument we have been making is entrepreneurship becomes this sort of thought, this ideology, this belief, and almost political belief, that it shapes social action very far from where entrepreneurship actually is. And it's important to understand that I was a successful entrepreneur myself. For 7 years, I ran a successful new company in Japan, venture capital financed, and I was a venture capitalist for a while. So I understand where all this comes from. But it's interesting that entrepreneurship is becoming so important, and the word entrepreneurship innovation so overused, that it's becoming to justify bad social outcomes. And what's interesting about this, for example, this chart that you see here on your right is the startup rate in the United States since 1978. And you'll notice that for the past 40, 50 years, the startup rate in the United States has steadily declined. No matter how much we promote entrepreneurship, no matter how much we want it to happen, the actual rate is declining. That's likely because the people that do it themselves realize that any occupation that fails 9 times out of 10 is not a really very good occupation to be in. But it's interesting, even though it's declining here, and even though we're having a shift of beliefs of what we ought to gain from the collective to the individual, I'll explain more about later, entrepreneurship is coming to be seen by many people in many countries as a savior of their economies. They see that we can grow our economy simply if we have entrepreneurship, and usually they point to Silicon Valley. But Silicon Valley didn't grow up that way. Silicon Valley did not start with VCs and lots of funding. Silicon Valley started here with interesting and broad spending on government action, and I'll go over that for a while. And so what we argue is that entrepreneurship is a lot like tofu. It takes on the flavor of whatever you're cooking it with. Sole operators are now taking on their identity of entrepreneurs, even though they're just sole operators of a taxi. We see entrepreneurs as individualist heroes. We worship Elon Musk. People that Elon Musk wouldn't be considered an entrepreneur 20 years ago. He's a financier. He's an investor. But and we are taking any group activity, especially sales, as entrepreneurship. What this does is, instead of having an employee but having an entrepreneur, an independent contractor, it means that a company can shift the burden of employment from the company to the individual. If you don't hire the person as an employee, you don't need to take care of them. If you hire them as a if you hire them as an employee, you need to take care of them. You need to give them benefits. You need to worry about their wages. You need to check their wages compared to. But if you hire them as a contractor, who just comes to you occasionally and you give money for tasks, then you don't need to worry about their wages. You don't need to worry about their vacation. You don't need to worry about their health care. And so from the point of view of companies, they use this entrepreneurship and identification as a way to get costs out of the company. And people are becoming more and more accepting of being put in that position of being a contractor or a temporary work. And in Silicon Valley and Japan, temp employees are becoming the majority of workers. In Silicon Valley now, it's more than 35% of the workers are temporary contracted workers. In Japan, it's higher. And so we see a transformation of our society through this word, and people beginning to think that entrepreneurship is all good and entrepreneurs is a lauded thing. And so we see the conversations changing, certainly in the United States. This is a long-term chart showing the discussions in newspapers and books and magazines. And you can see that starting in 1910 and through the war era, the words that people talked about were unions and corporations and retirement. But as we go particularly past 1980, people start talking about entrepreneurship, inequality, and they stop talking about unions and corporations and retirement. So the whole discourse of social behavior in the United States for sure is changing. We know for sure in Japan, and I suspect this is true in much of Southeast Asia too. So what we're going to argue, and I'll leave you with the following, won't leave you with thoughts, but I'm going to tell you the basic idea, and then we'll go through some examples. This entrepreneurial ideology that we're talking about, actually it structures the relationship between those who have money and those who don't. In the early 50s, social thinkers, one thinking particularly of Reinhard Bendix, who was at Berkeley, argued that the workplace structured the way workers and owners of factories would relate to each other. So the owner of the factory would make a deal with the worker that if the worker would simply do their job and obey, the employer promised a long-term employment relationship. And it made the worker happy with this because it held out the promise that the worker might be able to become one of the managers. So in other words, you work for me, I'll take care of you. And by the way, if you work especially hard and I particularly like you, I'm going to promote you into the world of management. And what that does is it created a stable social system because everybody's happy with it. Right? The very wealthy are happy because they don't have to give up the names. The poor are happy because they have this contract, but they're most happy because they have a route to become rich. The entrepreneurial ideology that's emerged today around the world does the same thing, okay? It explains why winners should keep their gains. We say you should become rich because you took a risk and you're an entrepreneur. And it relieves those people of the moral reason to share their gains because they took a risk, they're entrepreneurs, they deserve the money. But it does tell people who are not wealthy, who are not winning here, that if they just work and try many companies and are willing to fail, then maybe they will be wealthy too. So the modern entrepreneurial ideology works the same as the old workplace ideology from the 50s. It serves the needs of both the haves and the have-nots. So by using this theory, we explain why political ideas of neoliberalism, the idea that markets are always good and that individuals should be responsible for their own outcomes, it explains why we accept that, okay, and why it's spreading around the world. In fact, around the world, what's spreading is not the idea of entrepreneurship as a thing to do to make a profit, a commercial activity to make a profit, but the idea that we should all want to be entrepreneurs and we should all address social problems with entrepreneurship and innovation. And so that's really surprising since if you think about it, it doesn't make any real sense. We know that to make a good entrepreneurial place, you need to reform government structures. You need to have a place where contracts are good. You need to have economic freedom and assurance and surety of contract. You need to make sure that you will get paid and you have a way of resolving disputes. And you need a stable economy. We know that's how you get entrepreneurship, but people are doing things like setting up VCs or setting up social entrepreneurship or trying to have the government set up companies. And we don't think, or there's certainly no evidence that that works. But we think the belief that it ought to work is invading us. And let me show you how this manifests itself in kind of an interesting way. This is 35 years of innovation in the PC era. On the right is an IBM PC from 1982. It's a really cool machine. And on the left is a Dell from 2017 and laptop. And it's kind of fascinating because, you know, there are some differences, right? The IBM PC has just a monochrome screen. The one on the left is has a color screen and has a flash drive and all that kind of stuff. And so we've had some advancement. But this is the same distance of time in aviation. This is the same 35 years difference in aviation, where we went from these cardboard, fabric, and wood flyers all the way up to a Saturn V moon rocket. It took us 35 years to do that. Okay? Took 35 years to do this. One of the things you could argue is that it was fast. Innovation was certainly faster, certainly more spectacular then. And you could even look backwards to around 1900. And this is, 10, 20 years either side of 1900 gives a point. And the inventions that occurred then. Around 1900, we had the sewing machine, the telephone, mouse traps, movie cameras, smoke detectors, microphones, movie cameras, remote controls, first computers, air conditioning, radio, airplanes, rockets, automobiles. I mean, they thought they were pretty cool too. So what we argue is, what's your view of innovation? Is innovation all the things that are on the left that you see? The incredible amount of innovation and, frankly, collective excitement that was there when we landed people on the moon 50 years ago? Or is innovation getting a new app on your iPhone? And what's interesting about it is the innovation on the left belonged to a nation. The innovation on the right belongs to a company. And we celebrated, all of us, the innovation on the left. Only the shareholders of Apple actually really celebrate the new app. And the challenges that we have today are not of making people rich. The challenge we have today are social and large. For example, there's climate problems. There's inequality, which is growing in the United States and growing around the world. There's a big problem with insects. There aren't enough insects in the world. In fact, some of you may know about the Permian extinction that happened millions, hundreds of millions of years ago, where 90% of life in the oceans died. We are having the same rate of extinction of animal species today as we had in the Permian extinction so long ago. We have the rise of authoritarianism, which is happening. And how will we solve these problems with iPhones, apps, artificial intelligence, and thousands of failed companies? I don't think so. So what my talk is supposed to challenge you to think about and to understand is I'm challenging all the innovators, all the researchers, and all the governments to innovate in the public interest. Do large projects that solve problems for people. Don't do small things that make companies rich. Work hard to innovate large solutions to the problems that we all face and we all face in common. We can do things if we work as a public unit towards a public good. I think we will have not distribute wealth well, and we will not have good sustainable entrepreneurial companies unless we start innovating to make things happen in the public interest, not the private interest. That's why I welcome all you engineers coming together and thinking and talking together. Only by thinking and talking together will you discover public interest and working with your respective governments to make sure that they create structures so that public innovation happens, be that wind power, be that exploiting, finding minerals in the oceans, be that making the oceans healthier, be that exploring space, all those things. If we innovate in the public interest, we stand to have a good world stable government. But I worry very, very much that we're innovating at the behest of companies. And while that would be good short term and make some people rich, I think we need to think much more broadly. That's what I wanted to tell you today, and I'm happy to answer a few questions.
Thank you, Professor. Anyone would like to ask a question? All right, I think none. Thank you so much, Professor, for that very inspiring presentation. Next,
Thank
I
you.
would like to welcome our next eminent keynote speaker to deliver her keynote address. She is a Dean of Faculty of Tourism, Universitas Pancasila, Indonesia, Associate Professor, Universitas Pancasila, Jakarta, completed Doctor of Philosophy in International Development, Graduate School of International Development, Nagoya University, Nagoya, Japan. In 2019, expert team for the development of model and strategy for higher education institutions under the Ministry of Tourism. In 2020, UNESCO heritage expert for reviewing integrated tourism master plan, Borobudur, Yogyakarta, Prambanan, ITMP, BYP, In 2021, expert team for the development of Borobudur Temple Compound World Heritage Site Management Plan under the Directorate General of Culture, Ministry of Education and Culture. Published many papers in reputed national and international journal, also published many book chapters. Reviewer in many reputed journals and delivered keynote talk in international and national conference. Let us welcome Dr. Devi Kausar, PhD.
Thank you, Miss.
Hi, good morning.
Morning. Good afternoon. It's almost 1
Good
o'clock
afternoon.
in Jakarta. Good afternoon and good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here. I would like to first congratulate the organizing committee of the Second International Conference on Science, Engineering, and Management, organized by the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication and co-hosted by our Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Pancasila, Jakarta. And I would like also to say hello to the Honorable Mr. Rudra Banu Satpati, and also Dr. Silverius Suharso as the Dean of the Faculty of Psychology, and all other keynote speakers. Professor Robert Eberhard from Stanford University, your speech is very interesting just now. And I would like to actually hear more about the entrepreneurship in the Japanese context, as I spent quite a lot of years in Japan. Okay, so this speech that I'm going to bring to you today is titled, it's on the area of tourism and hospitality and leisure management, but I would also touch upon the introduction or the integration of technology in this field. So please let me share my screen. Okay, are you able to see the screen?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, okay, thank you. So the title is a bit long, and it's actually the reality that we face in this time of pandemic, that we get the chance to actually explore our own backyard, which means the domestic tourism, and also manage a seamless tourist experience with technology. So the opportunity to integrate technology, which is why we are gathering here today, trying to integrate science, engineering, and management in delivering service management, is actually, it comes to the time when we have to explore everything to a higher level. Okay, so I think I don't have to explain this, as Ms. Jojo has already introduced me. Thank you very much. Okay, so the outline that I'm going to bring today is the first is the data on the impact of COVID-19 pandemic to the tourism industry, and why we cannot do business as usual anymore. So I put the title there, Business as Unusual, New Approaches and Changes in Travel Behavior. And then the need for integrating technology for a seamless experience. And the last one is the challenges for the integration of science, service management, and technology. Okay, so we see here the data from the United Nations World Tourism Organization. So we have a very declining numbers of international tourist arrivals. Some areas are declining by 82% in the Asia Pacific region. One of the most this area used to have the highest growth in international tourist arrival. And also in terms of the income, there is a loss of 110 billion to 1.2 trillion US dollar in export coming from tourism, or this is the international visitors spending. And also there are 100 to 120 million direct tourism jobs at risk because of this pandemic. And what nations are hit the most by the pandemic? And in fact, the tourism-dependent economies are among those harmed the most by the pandemic. So this is the data from the IMF. And we can see here that the GDP is reduced from 2.5 to 3.5% across countries. And actually in G20 countries, hospitality and tourism makes up 10% of employment and 9.5% of GDP. And now it is reduced to 2.5 to 3.5% of the GDP. So Indonesia, with its Bali as the popular tourism destination, is also hit quite hard by this pandemic. And then also, interestingly, we see some blessing as well. So it's not only bad news, but also the blessing, because some communities, some areas are actually going back to their traditional industries. So they realize that you know, a lot of dependence on tourism is actually not very sustained. So in Indonesia, we see the positive growth in agriculture. And in Bali, as an island, we see a revival of seaweed farming. So this industry has been left by the people going to the tourism industry, and now they come back to the seaweed farming, which is good. And also in Seychelles, tuna exports is actually increasing. So we see the agriculture and also the fisheries are actually growing in this time of pandemic. Okay, so I've mentioned about business as unusual. So this is not business as usual, but business as unusual. Many countries have policies and strategies in overcoming the pandemic impact to tourism. So they've got new approach in communication. They refocus their budget, and also they try to establish travel bubbles. Yeah, in which you can go, you can have an agreement with other countries, and your citizen can actually travel to that other countries without having to do quarantine. Yeah. And also some countries are implementing health and safety certification. So these are all new approach that we are doing in this time of the pandemic. Okay, this is an example of the campaign, Wonderful Indonesia campaign. Our tourism branding in Indonesia is Wonderful Indonesia, and they've got a whole different approach in conveying their message. So they say that our story is waiting, our path is waiting, and our warmth is waiting. So this tries to convey that the campaign is adapting to the pandemic, and while people cannot come here, we are still waiting for you, and we would like to serve you better when you come. Okay, and these are some examples also from other countries. For instance, the Japanese government, they would like to boost domestic tourism, and there are pros and cons for these policies. And Malaysia is refocusing their budget. They launches a 10-year tourism plan after 25 billion loss in 2020. And also New Zealand and Australia finally have their travel bubbles, families reunited, friends are reunited. So these are some of the examples of the policies that many countries do in this era. About Indonesia, this is one of the approach done by the Indonesian government. So they introduced a certification for cleanliness, health, safety, and environment sustainability called a CHSE. So businesses can actually apply and audit it for their readiness in accepting guests, customers, and also tourists. Okay, and what happened when businesses are certified? So the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy in Indonesia convey another message. So in addition to the existing wonderful Indonesia, there is now the Indonesia Care, or if you eliminates all those alphabets, we can see it as I do care. So I do care for your safety. I do care for your well-being when you visit us. So this is the new message that we are trying to convey to visitors, whether domestic and maybe in a few months' time, the foreign visitors. Okay, so we also have, we've seen this as, common now. Hotels, restaurants, and other establishments, they will promote that they're all vaccinated, all their staffs are vaccinated, and this hotel is actually CHSE certified, and even the remote control or the telephone in your hotel room now has the sticker of being disinfected, has been disinfected, which all of this message tries to gain customers or visitors' trust back to the hospitality industry. Okay, and this is an example of the guidelines for hygiene, health, safety, and sustainability for hotels, issued by the Indonesian Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, and its targeted users are hotel owners, operators, staff, guests, provincial government, city, regency, and local government, and hotel industry associations. And we also have these kind of guidelines for rafting, diving, MICE establishment, event sector, travel, etc., etc. So there are almost guidelines in every subsector of the hospitality and tourism industry. Okay, now I would like to show you, the research that we've just did in changes in travel behavior. So we adapted this research from Wen et al.'s research on changes in travel behavior after SARS. And surprisingly, the components that we are going to talk about here has actually been discussed in the time of SARS. Of course, in the time of SARS, the countries affected are not as much as the COVID-19 as we are having right now. So basically, these impacts are divided into three. The first one is general impacts, and the next one is attitudes and choices, and the last one is hygiene and safety. So for instance, in attitudes and choices, we asked the respondent, are you going to reduce travel over the next 12 months? Or do you have doubts on the safety on the tourist spots you're visiting? Or are you choosing to travel to outdoor area? Or you are more concerned with your safety and the hygiene of the places that you visit? And not surprisingly, the changes in travel behavior is actually evident. So our research showed that our respondents, about 400, they agree to most of this statement. So there is a shift toward going outdoor and paying attention to more details like hygiene and safety. So we see again new approaches. We see calls for exploring your own backyard because we cannot go outside the country. And we begin to actually know our own country maybe better than before. We even, now we start to know recreation places, which is quite close in proximity to our area of residence. And also there is a call for responsible recreation, keeping distance, be respectful, and be outside. And also the campaign for staycation. I think we can find this everywhere. So I put this an example from Germany, but also here in Indonesia, we see a campaign for staycation in many provinces that we have, many provinces and cities. Okay, so this is a case of combining science, management, and engineering. This is a story of Bobo Box. Bobo Box Cabin. It is actually an Indonesian adaptation of capsule hotel, which was first developed in Japan. So instead of having just a capsule for one person, Bobo Box developed a cabin. It is great for two people, and it is simple, and it integrates Internet of Things. So you have everything here by the internet, and you can just click and switch and things like that to manage your room. So this actually combines outdoor recreation, technology, and simplicity for a seamless guest experience. So this is actually one of the great example of the title of how to integrate science, engineering, and service management in the hospitality industry. So they have two different areas for the Bobo Box Cabin, and it is all in nature, in national parks, which is great, which is in line with the changes in travel behavior as we see just now. Okay, and we also have a contactless check-in at hotels, of course. And in Indonesia, we use a nationwide apps for check-in and out of public places, such as shopping malls. And it is used to manage the number of visitors. And it is also used for tracing purposes, and it contains actually your COVID-19 vaccination certificate. So once you are successful in checking into a shopping mall, that means that the application in your smartphone has already told the shopping mall managers that you are actually vaccinated, and you come here, check in what time, and you check out at what time. And we also see the integration of technology in virtual reality and virtual tours. This actually in the caves of the Thousand of Buddhas in Dunhuang, in Mogao Grottos in China. They use this virtual reality for helping to preserve the World Heritage. So they've got about almost 1,000 caves, and these caves are actually filled with intricate Buddhist painting. And because there is a threat, when too many people are coming to this cave, then the carbon dioxide that we emit from our breathing may actually ruin the paintings. So they use virtual reality in their visitor information center, so people do not have to go to the caves to see the paintings by themselves. And virtual tours, you are seeing it everywhere. And also one of our World Heritage site, Borobudur Temple Compounds, it proactively developed a special website of virtual Borobudur, so people can actually visit and study all the reliefs in the temple by just visiting the website. Okay, so our constant challenge is actually the need to integrate science, technology, and service management to achieve the balance of high tech and high touch. High tech is, of course, important, but when you talk about tourism, leisure, hospitality, you still need the high touch. Yeah, so how to represent that high touch, yeah, into the technology is also important. We see the importance of the roles of the science like public health and biomedical medicine, and it needs to integrate, and it has to be the base of our decision for what technology to use: IoT, VR, AR, artificial intelligence, and most importantly, probably data science. Data science is getting more and more important right now. And this all leads to a service quality, which we can divide into two: technical quality, like tangibility, reliability, responsiveness, confidence, communication. And the last one is functional quality, which includes sociability, valence. Valence means, at the end of the day, how are you happy about this service that you are receiving? And also waiting time. So there's a constant needs for research to actually integrate science, technology, and service quality. And of course, I would like to go back to what Professor Robert Eberhard, this spirit of integrating all of these three has to be emphasized by an entrepreneurial spirit as well. I think, to serve better and to look beyond what is mainstream. I think that is all the qualities of entrepreneurship that we are in need of having. Okay, I think that is all from me. Thank you very much for listening. Bohong Maistuti, and I look forward to a discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. Anyone would like to ask a question? Right, I think none. Let's go ahead and welcome our next eminent keynote speaker to deliver his keynote address. He is the Dean of Faculty of Psychology. He is a psychologist at University of Pancasila, Jakarta, Indonesia. He is special staff of the Minister of Environment and Forestry, University of Indonesia, Jakarta Doctoral Psychology, specialization in business psychology, industry and organization and industrial relations. He was acted as a managing director, PKPT Consulting Faculty of Psychology, UP Jakarta from 2006 to 2015. Deputy for Control and Evaluation of the Presidential Work Unit Pancasila Ideology Development from 2017 to 2018. Then acted as an expert consultant for PMO Project UMI PT Bhakti Kominfo from 2018 to 2020. Presently, he is the Dean of the Faculty of Psychology, Pancasila University, Jakarta. Let us welcome Dr. Silverius Soeharto.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Professor.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Jojo. Thank you, Jojo. So how long I allowed to speak, Jojo?
15 minutes.
15. Oh, yeah. Just 15 minutes, right? Okay. And please remind me when the time is up, okay?
Noted, Professor.
Ladies and gentlemen, continuing to the presentation, my colleague, Dr. Devi, talking about how we have to balance between high tech and high touch. What does it mean? Touching is human being. Technology is one thing, but human is another thing. So in this good opportunity today, I would like to share and how the psychology, technology, and also management could combine together in, we call it, Dr. Devi mentioned that data science. So let me share my slide to the screen. Okay, Jojo?
Yes,
It's okay?
yes, Professor, it is visible.
Okay. The title of my presentation is the role of data science in improving business and people management, people performance. We have 4 agenda or 4 item or outline. Introduction, psychology in business and HRM, the role of data and people analytic, and conclusion. As we know by now that we are facing to the, or to prepare to be a society 5.0. What the in the Japan we know that all technology focus on how to make people more happy, how to make people more well-being. So even you have the high technology, remember that the center of the purpose of the technology is how we can make people happier. So human-centered technology, we call it, or the Japan society call it, that comfortable, happiness, vitality, high quality life is the center of how are good or how best your technology. Remember that we have to make people happier. This is the society 5.0. So what is different between current information society, that we call it the revolution industry 4.0, and then comparing to the society 5.0? Yes, the answer is how to use the big data, how to use the artificial intelligence, how to use the machine learning, and how we combine between physical space and technological space and human being. So shortly, all technology and science have to support the human being and the psychological well-being of humankind. So the main issue is how to balance. Jojo, do you hear the distraction?
Let me check on that.
How to balance economic advantage with the resolution of a social problem. So again, how great or how good your technology and science, remember that we have to solve or to resolve the social problem. So we now going to the industry going through digital transformation, that Professor Edward from Stanford said that about talking about transportation. We will prepare the driverless cars, like in that the in many countries now we have to take the taxi. We have to meet that the driverless cars, autonomy, tracking system, commute quality of life, delivery business, automotive rental, cabin service, and so on and so on. Also in the retailing, medicine, also in robotic, manufacturing, food, lodging, education, financial, entertainment. So how about the impact on digital transformation in job demand? In order to get the higher productive employee, some organizations now, they recruit some expert or job demand intern to transform from the conventional business process to digital business process. So the demand of the job, some title job increase, like data analyst and scientist, big data specialist, artificial intelligence and machine learning specialist, digital marketing and strategy specialist, IoT specialist, and digital transformation specialist. This is some kind of job title that need in the digital transformation era right now. And how about the psychology, and where the psychology can play in the business area and the HR management area? Overall logic of digital is outside in, and how we do win in the customer, investor, community, and the employee marketplace. So the main purpose, what kind of your business, like in tourism, in manufacturing, or in technology, the main purpose is how do we win the customer? That Dr. Devi called is the touching. How touching their heart, how touching their emotion, not necessarily only in the cognition or intellectually. How to attract the investor, how to attract the community, that community can participate together to develop business together. So there is no gap between community and the business or the owner. So how to win also in the employee marketplace, how to attract the customer or the potential employee. So the role of HR is, how does HR support the business in digital agenda? Or how does HR build a digital agenda? Referring to the Dave Ulrich, he talked that HR is not about HR only, but HR talking about the business. HR, or human resource, delivers value to employees, organization, customer, investor, and a community. So HR management will deliver value through what? Talent. What kind of the talent? We have to have the individual competence, but not only individual competence, but also teamship competence, and also organizational competence and societal competence. So we have the multi-function talented people, how they have some competence from ITOS, individual level, teamship level, organizational level, and societal level. And the second thing is about leadership at all levels. Some organizations cannot run well because what? Because the lack of leadership, the weak of leadership. So even you have the technology, the high technology, high approach, high method, but if we have no strong leadership at all levels, so we guarantee that the transformation will fail. And the third is organization capabilities. How we build the organization structure, how we build the corporate culture, how we build the management system. So not only depend on the human being, but also the system, but also here is a technology including, and organization can run by system. And what is the challenges in the HR agenda is how to build the digital business strategy and cascading to the digital HR strategy. So what are the emerging trends in talent and digital, and how does HR management respond it? Some example talent trend here is competent, how to setting future standard. Because in the digital transformation era, the conventional competence is not enough. So we have to improve and to increase our human competencies. We have some example is we have to have the technical competence and social competence. Today, what are we good at? So we can measure it. What are we good in technically in terms of artificial intelligence, in terms of data mining, big data analysis, people analytics, and so on and so on. And in the term of the social competence, we have to check our people, what are we good in socially, because what, again, referring to the Jack Ma also, that how good your technology have to solve the social problem. So we need people that know well about the social problem in our company or in our organization. And the third level is challenges, strategy to customer. What are our challenges ahead? What is our strategy to respond the changes? And who are the key customer and what do they want? So all people in the organization have to know about the customer need and what do they want. And the fourth part is about tomorrow, what will we need? Given our challenges and strategy, what must we improve technically? Data science, data mining, and so on and so on. And how, given our challenges and strategy, and what must we improve socially? So I think this is the challenge in HR management and also business owner, how to improve the people in terms of technically and socially. And referring also to the demand of the psychologist industry increase. In the transformation digital era, the psychologist is more needed and needed. So, because what? Every time you use the internet search engine, sign up for company reward program or swipe your credit card, the information saved in store. The industry that amass this billion of bytes of data are increasingly hire psychologists to help make sense of it, says Douglas Reynolds, PhD, is a president of EPS division, Society for Independent Organization. Again, big data and what means for business is a hot topic right now, says Reynolds. So, who also served the vice president of assessment technology in DDI, human resource consulting firm, we are in high demand in psychologists. Psychologists, because psychologists' ability to interpret numbers and human behavior makes them key members of many industry analytic teams. As Suzy Weaver, PhD, a psychologist and senior analytic consultant with Epsilon, a global marketing and analytic company. So analytic is at the core of everything we do, whatever it's in research, the academic sphere, of our business world. So again, referring to the APA, hot jobs, the requirement of the hot job, big data psychologists. So psychologists, not only in terms of the clinical psychologists, industrial psychologists, also in the social and education psychologists, we need now big data psychologists. It is a new term about the profession of the psychologist, big data psychologists. Wanted scientists who can help companies make sense of consumer and employee data. Why? Why psychologists or big data psychologists is hot? Company increasingly collect data, many data. Within this data are solutions to big money problem, such as how to keep employee motivated or the best time of a day or to run an ad for a new product. So a bad decision could cost millions of dollars. So which is why companies are increasingly using data to inform their decision. Data analysis can help steer companies toward evidence-based solution. So if we have a bad data, so your decision or the quality of your decision is also bad. So we need the good data, the quality of data. No good decision with good data. But unfortunately, referring to the Harvard Business Review in 2015, most HR data is bad data. This is our challenge. Most HR data is bad data. So how we can improve the quality of the data? Because what? Because 15% contain duplicate data. 8% were missing field. 11% invalid formatting or value ranges, and 6 invalid email or physical address. So this is the challenge in the HR management. And in the actually, we know by now that the level of the HR management still on or almost on in the level 1, what we call it the operational reporting. HR people or HR manager just reactive, just operate the reporting, just produce the reporting. So focus on data accuracy, consistency, and timeliness around 55%. And the second level, if you want to be a good HR management, we moving to advanced reporting, and then the level 3 is advanced analytic, and now we are going to the level 4. We call it predictive analytic. So HR people not only tracking and have the file of data of the employee, but from the big data or the data of the employee, we can predict and how to make organization and people more productive and more sustained in the marketplace. This is, we call it the level 4. And as you know by now, if we compare to the HR management and future human capital, we find out that today's HR only built to react and serve. Hire, paying, training, retain, comply, reporting, how to calculate the overtime, how to calculate the absence, and so on and so on. And HR function just react to the business need. And also we support by the system also, HR, human resource information system, market survey, and so on and so on, but not the optimum level. Just we have the technology, but how to utilize the technology, we lack on this implementation. But now we're moving from the another of the predictive analysis. So we call it people transformation or as a business partner. We start from the corporate objective, right? Profit, how the profit margin we will achieve, how big the market share, customer satisfaction, geo-expansion, geographic expansion, innovation, cost control, new challenge. This is the corporate objective. So again, the company have the business strategy itself. And how people react or the human resource management react is for workforce intelligence. We have to learn about the data and analyze the data and how we align between business strategy to people strategy, how align business strategy and people strategy, and we create the action plan by support by HRIS, market survey, and so on, and working climate also, and also survey to support the business strategy, not only react and serve. So now we're going to the main of the on this presentation how the role of the data science and people analytic. What is the data science first? Data science is an interdisciplinary field that use scientific method, processes, algorithm, and system to extract knowledge and insight from structured and unstructured data. Again, structure and unstructured data. Because what? Because more we have data is more unstructured than structured, and apply knowledge and actionable insight from the data across a broad range of application domain. This is the meaning of the data science. And every day, how much data do we create every single day? How many? A big and huge. How many hours? Our speaking time to the among the employee, among the friend, among mother and father, among subordinate to the boss, among employee, among the boss. We don't know yet about the speaking time daily. And the second one is how much we interact, how many times we interact actively with our friend daily. Because what? Because in psychology, we will communicate with the people that we have the same interest, same personality, same topic, same what we call it, hobby maybe. So from this data, we can analyze how we can build a team when we know about the data, how many time they interact with his friend or their friend. And also, beside of the how the quality of the engagement or the mingle, we also have the individual behavior. How many time people sit, how many hours they looking for the computer, the data, and so on and so on. From maybe from 9 to 5 or to 4 every day. How many time they open the application or the program or the and so on and so on. And how your pitch and volume when we or you conversation or converse with other people, with your friend, communicate with your friend, how big your pitch and your volume. It is the data, all of the data. So we can also to make it something. And how it works, we need the computer, and we also generate reams of the data trace by social behavior and also communication, and how in where is the communication problem, and how we can build a solution is more easier when we have the data about the human behavior. Different to artificial psychology, now in the organizational era, we not only meet with people, but also we meet the robot. Say the robot is like Eliza or Pygmalion and so on and so on. And a robot can also can ask to the human being. Say the patient can ask like, I am unhappy. So the robot can answer, can you explain what made you unhappy? So we not only consultation or talking or speaking with human being, but in the future, robot can also to be a psychologist or a counselor. And the other, how can now we identify the personality and brain disorder? So from the wave or the neurogenetic, we can now like from MRI on and the wave or your neuro and so on and so on. So we can also interpret that how the quality of your personality. So we call it personality neuroscience. From neuro, we can interpret how your personality. And what is who is your coworkers in the future? Not only people, but also the robots. So we can work together. We have to work together with the robot. So this is the artificial intelligence in the future. And but the question is, what talented people matters? If we have better talent at our company, what will happen? What will happen in the business? What will happen in the science and so on and so on? But the main purpose, talent outside in, is how HR or talent create value for the stakeholders. For what? For investor, for customer, for employees, a line manager, partner, dealer, and also the communities and regulators. And how about the HR people itself? We have the HR intelligence cycle. And we in the transformation digital era, we need the new approach, new method that in psychology, we call it HR intelligence cycle. How determine stakeholder requirements? Start from the human need, start from human interest. And then we define HR research analytic agenda, short and long term, identify the data resources, public and private. And then we're going to the gather data, primary and secondary, transform the data through meta-analytic, and communicate intelligent result, predictive and descriptive and prescriptive, and how to enable strategy and decision making to support the stakeholders' requirement. In psychology, as you know by now, maybe we call it, we have the people analytic. How many data that people produce every single day. So we have the new approach that people analytic, work transformation and future technology. What does people take to win in our business and your business, and the strong of the prediction. There is some caricature that before that the people analytic, HR people is the second layer or the third layer. They didn't, the business didn't really need for HR people to coming in the CEO briefing. But now, when HR people equipped by people analytic, they have to sit with the executive talking about the future business. How the people analytic work? Start from the data-driven decision making in HR. We have to collect the demographic data, payment data, salary data, how they engage by through the survey, how they perform, etc., etc. And then how they combine and clean the data, and we can analyze the data and the data mining, and we can to present to the board of director. So what is the challenge? The challenge is why or how the HR people facing the digital revolution in HR management. More and more data is available, has to be contextualized. So data is not data. Data has to transfer to information to knowledge, and how knowledge can support the HR management decision making, especially in the digital era. Again, artificial intelligence automation potential across the recruitment value chain. It is a sample that how the data can build or can recruit the quality of the human resource when we use the data, from setting up the data, the requirement of the human resources, through onboarding to the. So this is the spreading of the data that we need to support the HR management. What is the benefit by using artificial intelligence in human resource management? We have some benefit here to to improve organization retention, increase employee retention satisfaction, identify top talent pool, position HR in strategic role, improve decision making across entire organization, improve training and career, and save time and money on various HR processes. So AI and technology is more needed by the company to use the AI. So how to practice and to apply the people analytic using data in HR. We use an example is regression analysis. How can to help address a business issue with the data? For example, about sales force. And from the sales force, the trend of the sales of using the regression analytic, so we can predict how much people that we need, the sales force we need to support the sales that not or cannot decrease. So how people can support the increasing of the sales force. And the benefit that using the data, we can also know about the turnover rate year over year, about how many people that moving or removed from our company. Also turnover by division, not only the total employee, we can also divide it by the division like IT department, marketing, mobile, customer service, research and development, and so on. And also we can also know about the position level, the position level or the staff level or manager level. We know how many percent that they move to the company. And also employee count, also we need about absenteeism average employee tenure, HR to employee ratio, and so on and so on. So it is more valuable for the company or the manager of the CEO how to use the people data to make a decision. So what is the conclusion? My conclusion is HR decisions are more based on the data, but remember and don't forget the age in the HRM and business, even in the digital era. What is age? Is human. So human being is the center of how good or how best your technology. So please don't remember age in your organization in terms of your technology and so on and so on. So how we can support HR role in the business digital, because we need to build a business case, facilitate digital business team, articulate digital business outcome, audit current digital, and craft digital business plan. So how to combine business and the human being and human need, especially the psychological well-being. Don't forget that all of the human resources are the capital, the most important capital, how we can run the organization better. And my from this digital era, so how psychology can how the role of psychology can support it. If referring to this slide, first we have a good data. Be good data, we have to storytelling. So psychology is more important here. And we have to have the business acumen, and we have to have the method and technique, how to visualize the data. And we have strong psychology skill and also number and studies. So this is the maximum impact in the organization. So good data with strong telling, business acumen, visualization, and psychology skill plus number and statistic. This is the maximum impact to the organization performance. And maybe it's the end. They start from where? Start from digital mindset. So human being is more stronger than we have. So we have to have the digital mindset. Seamlessly flow from asking question of your data, collecting and preparing it for analysis, and acting on your discoveries to generate positive result individually and as a business. With visual analysis, it is easy to find the where and why. So take this step to make most your data soundly good and quality. Start with questions, get the data you need, choose how to visualize the data, view and explore it, develop insight and act, and to share your finding. I think it is enough, Jojo. Thank you very much for attending and listening my presentation. Hopefully this is going more useful for us, how to combine or to use the psychology and technology and to make our life better and happier. Thank you very much, and see you.
I agree, Professor. Thank you so much for delivering the keynote speech. Anyone would like to ask a question?
Okay, Miss Jojo, can I ask a question?
Of course. Go ahead, Professor.
I can actually ask Dr. Sonny at school, but I prefer to
It's okay.
ask him here. Okay, so Dr. Sonny, that was a very interesting presentation. So with this superhero analytical team,
Yes.
you just mentioned, can we actually equip our students at the university to have all that abilities? Do you think? What do you think?
Okay, Jojo, may I answer the Dr. Devi?
Yes.
Okay. Because our challenge, Dr. Devi, is about the ethical and ethic and ethos, about our human resources here. So first thing first, we have to improve the business or the digital mindset of our student. Because what? Because if we propose to our student here, especially in Indonesia, would you like to choose a statistic or sport? maybe almost of the student in the class will be prefer to take the sport, because they didn't like the data, they didn't like the storytelling about the data. So I think we can improve our quality of our student with how the challenge of the lecturer, how to make the science of the data, like statistic, mathematics, is more what we call it, more near with their behavior, their hobby. So don't make the science and engineering more make student afraid, make student don't like about the data. So the challenge is how to deliver the method that our student like and happy, and also enjoy with the data first. So starting for the lecturer, how to teach or to develop the lecturer to deliver the science of the data more enjoy to the student. I think it is Dr. Devi.
Okay, thank you. So data literacy and technology literacy and maybe human literacy, yeah, Pak Sony.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I
Yes,
agree.
combine three of that. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And for now, I will be introducing our session chair after lunch. And before we go on to the most awaited lunchtime, I will be needing our remembrance, of course, a group photo. I am requesting everyone to please turn on their cameras for a group photo. And I would like to request everyone to please hold it because I have 2 pages. So I'm going to take 2 photos. All right. And I'm going to be needing those smiles. Come on, don't be shy. Turn on your cameras. Right, let's wait for everyone. It's coming. Hold on. There you go.
And I will take the opportunity to salam Pancasila. Jojo,
Yes.
it's okay.
All right, all right, first page. All right, 1, 2, 3. Hold it. Then I'm going to the next page. Hold it. All right, 1, 2, 3. All right, I thank you so much, everyone, for your cooperation. And now we will proceed to our lunch time. And I think we have around 45 minutes to do that or so. So please, everyone, be back at exactly 1:15 India time. All right, see you guys later.
Bye-bye, Jojo. Thank you, Jojo.
Thank you so much, Professor. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Devi.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome back. Please, please advise all the presenters to attend now the conference, and we are about to start.
Mai cò lò tù sà rà e lò tù lò sà cặp tù cò sà ràอีกอ1 5นอสกอสระอี
We're just gonna wait for a session chair to come in. All right, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. And I would like to remind all the presenters to please be mindful of the time allotted per presentation, which is 10 minutes, approximately 8 minutes for the whole presentation, and 2 minutes for catering questions. And now, let us welcome our session chair for the technical sessions. We will now start the technical session. Our session chair and associate professor from the Electronics and Communications Department, Sage University, Indore, India. Let us welcome Dr. Dev Kumar Rai. Sir? Dr. Dev Kumar Rai. You're on mute, sir. Probably a technical issue. We will call our session chair later for his welcome speech. Now let us proceed with our first presentation of today. I invite Chan Ye Kit for presenting the paper titled The Drone-Based Hyperspectral Imaging System for Precision Agriculture. Hi.
Hello. Can you see my slide?
Yes, I can see your slide. Sir, can you please turn off the other device, the audio of the other device, because it's giving us a feedback.
Audio of another device. No, I only have one computer.
Oh, okay. You can go ahead and proceed. We are actually hearing also an echo of your voice.
Okay, I lower down. Okay.
Go ahead,
So
sir.
I hope you all can listen to my presentation clearly. I'm Chan from Multimedia University, Malaysia, right? Okay. So today I would like to present my work on the development of the drone-based hyperspectral imaging system for precision agriculture. Okay, so for background study, basically agriculture sector have contributed a lot to our government or our country GDP. Okay, and in fact for oil palm plantation, it is a major contributor for agriculture sector for Malaysia, right? In order to maximize the yield of this oil palm plantation, the measurement need to be performed via nutrient status mapping, and early detection of the disease is important. Okay, so in Malaysia there is a disease called basal stem root or gagardama disease, which will greatly affect the production of the oil palm plantation. Right. So for the current issue in our palm plantation is basically labor intensive. There's a human error in terms of obtaining all these data, okay, costly and time-consuming lab tests. Some of the tests are also destructive, and the size of the sample are limited. Right? So this figure just shows that the losses and the income losses due to the oil palm plantation that are affected by the disease, right? Okay. So in order to solve the problem, okay, so the identification of the tree that have been affected by the disease is very important. And under or oversupply of fertilizer also may cause the reduction of the plantation production and losses to the owner of the plantation, right? Okay. Therefore, detection and disease nutrient content extraction will be very important. Okay, but currently is still very limited, right? Okay. So our solution to this problem is we are actually develop a hyperspectral imaging system, which is installed or deployed via a drone or multi-rotor drone, right? Okay. And this system will be able to perform the oil palm plantation disease detection, and for the near future, it will also extract the nutrient content. Okay. So basically, for this project, we have developed the three phases: hardware development, right? Field test, and also analysis of the data, model training, and classification, right? Okay. So we have built or customized, design and build a drone, multi-rotor drone, in order to carry the payload, which is a hyperspectral imaging system, right? Okay. So our target is the flight time should be 30 to 40 minutes, and the payload will be hyperspectral, the battery, and also the gimbal. Okay. So this is our drawing, the CAD drawing of our drone, right? So basically, after assembly, the whole total weight will be 21.42 kg with 12 lipo battery, okay, which is with the capacity of 30,000 milliamph, right? So the estimated flight time is 42 minutes, sorry. And by 80% safety margin, right? We will have the operating time of 33 or near 34 minutes, right? Which is considered long endurance. Okay, so this is the specification of the hyperspectral camera. So the main parameter will be the spectral range, which is 500 to 900 nanometer. So it's a very wide spectrum, hyperspectra, so that we can collect more information from the target of interest. So this is our payload that we are going to carry, which is the hyperspectral camera, the battery, and also the gimbal. Of course, on board on the multi-rotor drone, they will have a controller and a motor for the drone. Right. So this is a fully developed multi-rotor drone. Right. It's a customized design multi-rotor drone with the hyperspectral camera and the gimbal at the bottom compartment of this drone. Right. So the second phase of this project is the field measurement. So we have conducted some outdoor field measurement at the oil palm plantation, whereby some of the conditions of the trees, such as they are healthy, either they are healthy or they are affected with different diseases, or they are fertilized or non-fertilized, have been captured through the ground truth measurement. Okay, so this is just a sample of the RGB photo of the palm plantation, right? Okay. So on the right-hand side, you can observe there is a drone whereby carry the hyperspectra camera, right? Okay, and fly at a constant height in order to capture the image of the oil palm plantation. Okay. So after the data have been collected, so we will have several phases in order to do the final classification of the tree, right? So for data preparation, so the data is collected via the RGB image of the test site, okay? And we will follow by labeling of the tree, individual tree, such as their coordinate and also its status, right? So for the hyperspectral camera and the ground truth data, we will do drone tagging, pre-process and archive for the further processing, right? Via from the hyperspectra raw data, raw image that we captured for the whole oil palm plantation, so we will generate the spectral signature for the different type of cluster, right? So here the cluster will be referred to the either this is a healthy tree or unhealthy tree for the first phase of the classification, right? So after the spectral signature generated, then we will use this signature in order to train our system for the classification purposes. Okay, and final step we will use the actual data to perform the classification to verify whether the system that we built are working correctly or not. Alright, so this is the preliminary data that they have performed, right? So the left-hand side is the sample of RGB images, and the right-hand side is the sample of hyperspectra images, right? So this particular image is captured at 730 nanometer. So from 500 to 900 nanometers, so we have multiple images for the same scene, right? So for each of these layer or each of these wavelength, right, will contribute to one of the layer, and we are able to generate a particular signature of the tree condition. All right. Okay. So as I mentioned just now, the first step is to do the tagging, okay? The tagging of the tree, okay, to the ground truth data. So the first step is to identify where is the palm tree through the RGB image, and then we do the tagging whether the tree is healthy or not via the ground truth data. Okay. And we also will perform the we categorize the oil palm tree into several clusters. Okay, each of the cluster will actually represent different condition of the tree, right? Okay, so we have different index 1, 2, 3, 4 over here. For this particular experiment, we index 1, 2, and 4, they are all healthy tree. Okay, but the one that labeled in index 3 is unhealthy, all right, or is actually infected by the diseases. So 1, 2, 4, they are all healthy tree, but their shape or their tree condition is a little bit different from each other, right? Okay. So for these 4 different clusters, we will generate the unique signature for all these clusters, right? Okay. So you can observe that we have 4 lines over here. Each of them represent the signature of each of the cluster. Okay. So we have line number 1, 2, 3. Okay, this is 3 and 4. Right. Okay. So you can clearly observe from this figure, right? Okay, the line number 3 will have a very different signature compared to 1, 2, and 4. Okay. In fact, 1, 2, and 4 also have a slightly different signature. Okay. So 3, the index number 3, line number 3 is actually refer to the unhealthy tree or infected by the disease. Okay. 1, 2, and 4 both are the healthy tree, okay, but they will have slightly different signature also, okay, maybe due to their different nutrient condition of the tree, right? For that, we will do the further investigation. Alright, okay, so this is the result of the classification. Alright, okay, so we can clearly differentiate the healthy tree, okay, and unhealthy tree. Okay, here our classification using the signature that we developed in the previous slide. Alright, okay, so the class 3, class C, or the infected tree, okay, will be able to differentiate clearly from all the healthy tree, right? Okay. So this is the left-hand side one is the hyperspectral images. Okay. The right-hand side one is with the classification method that have been deployed. Right. So I would like to conclude this study. Basically, the drone-based hyperspectral imaging system have been designed and developed in Multimedia University, Malaysia. We have performed the indoor and outdoor testing to verify the whole system, and preliminary result via the outdoor oil palm plantation measurement have been conducted and shows that using the this CNN convolution neural network method classification of healthy and unhealthy plant can be performed. All right. Okay. So this hyperspectral imaging system will be used for the test bed for future development. So basically, what we want to perform is to perform the Gardnerella disease detection, right? And another objective will be the nutrient content investigation, right? But due to the current COVID pandemic, we are not able to access the oil palm plantation. So hopefully in the near future, we are able to collect more data to perform more training of the model and classification of the oil palm plantation. Okay. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you. I welcome my question.
Thank you so much. And yeah, anyone would like to ask a question? I see now our session chair is back. Welcome, Dr. Dev Kumarai.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello.
Hello. Thank you, Professor Chan.
Okay, thanks.
No questions. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Now, let us welcome our session chair, Dr. Dev Kumar Rai. Dr. Dev Kumar Rai, would you like to provide a speech for the presenters?
Hello, good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Dev Kumar Rai from Sage University, India, and I am thankful to all speakers for being part of this conference. And thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, and let's proceed with our next presenter. I invite Prapanyawa Chiramoli for presenting to present the paper titled Emerging Expanded Opportunities for Education School, Case Study of the Mechanic Teams, Voice from Remote School through Internationalization.
Okay.
Hi.
Hi, namaste.
Namaste.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
I'm Associate Professor Dr. Vasana Kevla from Science and Technology Faculty, Surindra Rajapat University, Thailand. I'm glad to join with this virtual conference. So my topic to present is the emerging expanded opportunity for education school, case study of the mechanic team, voice from remote school to internationalization. Both we are authors. First, could I show the scene?
Go ahead, Professor. Share your screen.
It's okay. It's okay.
Waiting. Yep, it's up. Please have it on presentation mode and you may proceed.
Okay, right?
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
Okay. First, Venerable Panya Vachiramuri. He is the abbot of Temple Sri Sang Tham Dhammayuttara Nikaya. So I would like to share his part presenting. And the second part, I would to share, follow him. How can I share? Okay. It's okay?
Yes, madam. Go ahead. Proceed, please.
Here's a clip video. It's okay? Okay, I think some problem. So, as he assigned me, not move. Okay. Can you see the second pages of PowerPoint?
Yes, madam. Please proceed.
Okay. As he assigned me to be a presenter today, this is the second part of presenting.
क्या हो गया इसको
As you are well aware, we are facing several events that will shape our future. on the planet. The first one is the looming energy crisis, especially in the generation of electricity, and the second most important is global warming. What action we take now? Be a large bearing on the way of the planet in the future. And there lies the reason or misunderstanding. By the ICSEM school, it was named since established solar energy. Here is the STEM-based education. For 11 years ago, this school tried to set the curriculum about the school located on poor energy area from an old solar panel. The establishment theory, research, technical ability, and the practical application Starling gained from our learning into the community. The majority of the students come from disadvantaged backgrounds through either remote locations and not have opportunity to further their studies or lack of funds to continue. However, they have been very strong community, feeling and great enthusiasm for this project and achieve excellent results. The students and instructors have developed solar energy and its practical application, be able to supply and install this equipment for the benefit of large undertaking hospital in the area, help to reduce the electricity bill in remote villages who have no electrical connection to the national grid. Portable electrical grids are being developed to enabling farmers power pumps for irrigation. Through their efforts, the school is just about self-sufficiency as the student planting and harvest there as needed. Also go to remote areas and the poorer community to install solar panels to assist them and in the recent flood. This is a diagram. They assembled blood package and distribute them to those cut off by the flood area. A wonderful demonstration of community care, and the second motto and the school motto, moral leads knowledge to excellence. This is diagram would to show social service, solar cell for hospital, school or temple, and poor children. In this picture, the students have become very enthusiastic and do much for good work in the community on project helping flooding in Ubon Ratchathani province because located near the Mekong rivers. That they gotten great benefit to all concerned. About service for hospital. As 6 hospitals have already been fitted out for solar energy and more are interested as it greatly reduces their operational cost and reliance on the national grid. Most of the students have taken up the challenge and gone on university to further their studies mainly in electrical field. The students have formed themselves into teams, Chang Kho Khao or solar student team. As that first I present about the topic. Chang Kho Khao work in the community whereas they barter their skills and service for their reciprocal goods and services. As time goes on, I am sure that not only ordinary people will get benefit, also the student both, and in the future, which will present enormous challenges for all. This project will sign MOU with 3 agencies. First, Faculty of Engineer, Faculty Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, Thailand. The second, EGAT or Electricity Generating Authority of Thailand. And the Royal Dam Electricity Producing in Ubon Ratchathani province for partnership to develop smart grid school. Conclusion. I would like to draw your attention to the fact that saving of 720,000 baht have been reduced in the first instance of solar panel in the hospital. Perhaps Silicon Valley is alive and well in Khon Tiem district, Ubon Ratchathani province. As mentioned about the green energy school, 6 out of 77 hospitals completed solar cells installation cost approximately 3 million baht per one hospital. So this year, 10 hospitals will be completed. Finally, we would like to show about the potential of Sisangtham School by the Venerable Panya Vachila Moli had met the Prime Minister of Thailand. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor. Anyone would like to ask a question? None? All right. Thank you so much, Professor, for that presentation. Next, we will be having a video presentation by Rajanikanth Rajendran about a two-stage adaptive method for estimating large covariance and precision matrices.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to talk about my recent work estimating large covariance and precision or inverse matrices. So in today's presentation, I will start with the introduction of covariance matrix, and then I will explain on estimating large covariance matrix and its precision matrix. Thereafter, I will outline the theoretical properties of the proposed estimators. Then I will talk about some simulation studies due to these proposed estimators, followed by some real data analysis. Suppose if we have a vector then the matrix we denote by big sigma, which is the extension value, the product of the given vector y and its transpose vector y. So estimating large covariance matrix always going to be a challengeable thing because of two reasons. One is maintaining its positive definiteness constraint, and the another one is high dimensionality complexity. So here we use modified to estimate the covariance matrix. Suppose if you are given any positive definite matrix A, then we could write that matrix in the form of LD L prime, where L is the lower unit triangular matrix and D is the diagonal matrix and L prime is a transpose of unit triangular matrix L. So basically, we use regression-based derivation to estimate the covariance and by using Cholesky decomposition. Suppose if we have vector y with p variables, we could rewrite that as a system of linear equations as shown in equation number 1. So it is not hard to see that the equation number 1 could be written in matrix form as product of matrix a given matrix T is nothing but the lower elements are coming from of the given matrix, we could estimate sigma and the HD. So now our task is to estimate diametric D, which is nothing coefficients, the linear coefficient is nothing but the covariance of the definition of banded metric. The banded metric of is by E. So that means with E entries come from A and the outside of band is 0. That is our band index of. Let's move to our proposed methodology to find out. Yes. So we perform here two-stage procedure. Sigma. In first stage, we will estimate the bandwidth entries by remember the band entries. We estimate off-band entry by using the equations, of course. We rewrite equations first stage so first stage estimators and second stage estimators. Then we combine everything and we will get back to regression corresponding the diagonal. You will put back everything to get the target. As far as concerned, we use some matrices here. Suppose from class B, equal to this expression, where the dimension of a given vector and the ratio of is coming from the entries of diagram. So the error, absolute error, always going to be norm of the estimation of precision matrix is going to be the law P1. So I'm not going to properties. So we on certain types of covariance structure and covariance structure with this expression. Related covariance parameter probably due to our estimator, and the SC stand for the sample estimator. That our purpose for certain types of certain values of or different values sample size and we choose the variable dimension as 200. Then we draw the sample size with the different bandwidth. Again, well, in all cases. So then, so here can structure consider the matrix covariance structure in the form of this expression. So here, and we simulated some and so again, proposed method again work well. So on real data analysis, we estimate SP500 returns by collecting samples from A71. These pictures, the monthly log returns of this SP500. The that covariance estimator to find out the correlation with monthly log returns, the mixed correlation structure of monthly log estimator. We moved on to IBM weekly returns. Log returns of IBM. Then we show variables because of weekly log estimator to find out returns. So I use the study.
We cannot cater any questions as it was a video presentation sent to us. Let's proceed with our next presenter. I invite Prasak Santiparp to present the paper titled Health Promotion Program for Hypertension and Diabetes Mellitus Patients. Hi, Professor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Prasak Santiparp from Department of Education, Faculty of Social Science and Humanities, Mahidol University. Now I will present from my topic is a health promotion program for hypertension and diabetes mellitus patients. I cannot go. It's not go. Problem of the okay, hypertension and DM are serious problem. The patients in rural area are a marginalized population because of difficult to access the expert. Hypertension and DM constitute 46% of global burden of disease because of their serious complications such as stroke and the ischemic heart disease. WHO estimate that 422 million people worldwide were suffering from DM and account for 8.5%. Hypertension is a key risk factor of many diseases. In 2017, the WHO estimate that hypertension caused 12.8% of all deaths and account for 55 million dailies. In Thailand, from National Health Survey demonstrated that DM affected nearly 20% of Thai adult health problems. And the average cost of DM case is attending hospital service per year was $598 US. The Thailand reported that 79% of adults Thais had hypertension, and only 37 of those people had been diagnosed and can control it. The main problem of were people's lack of concerning and understanding about this disease and lack of compliance. Thai National Statistics Organization reported that nearly 70% of Thai people do not concern about their death and did not know whether they had hypertension and DM complication. It should be proactive to prevent cardiovascular risk factor, which will be reduced by self-care. Thai National Health Security Organization proposed an improvement plan for health promotion for primary care service by self-care for disease prevention. Okay, primary care persons have been responsible for monitoring and educating those patients, identify being at risk. The statistics represent the full picture of the situation in Thailand. Most of them have similar patterns in terms of using alcohol, cigarette smoking, and sedentary behaviors and appropriate diet. Okay. Yes. In self-care learning process is to change attitude, and I use the appreciative critical reflection for this to change the attitude and behavior of the patients via the social media. So our objective research objective is to survey self-care practice and related factors of hypertension and DM in primary care units in Thailand, and to evaluate the self-care program based on appreciative critical reflection via face-to-face and social media of hypertension and DM patients. Material as method is a cross-sectional survey first, and the questionnaire is a pre-test for reliability and validity. And the sampling was conducted by multi-stage randomized. The totally 156 persons were included in this. For the phase 2 or the self-care program is a quasi-experiment study, is a pre and post test in one group. So this is the result. You can see that the significant factors, variables is age. In the elder, the self-care behavior is lower than the adults, and education level also. For this is the sufficiency income also, and social media. The the patients who use the social media has a behavior better than the one not used. Okay, so from the survey, we can see that in the rural area or in the primary care unit, is the people. Some people or some patients cannot afford for the social media and not use the social media. So first we plan to promote them by social media. So I changed it to add the face-to-face first, and after that foster by the social media. Okay, from the patients who have not smartphone or not use the social media, I suggest the patient to tell the children or their son who have the smartphone and social media to help them. So after that, we launched the program of the face-to-face first, and after that is social media. The result pre and post after they attending the program is better, or in the health literacy, self-care attitude and self-care practice. Okay. So for conclusion, four factors were found to be significant associated with self-care behavior. It's an age group, educational level, sufficiency income, and social media use. And apply the appreciative critical reflection to the health promotion program will provide opportunities for connecting new knowledge and changing attitudes with practice. Okay, and some from our study, some patients cannot afford the social media, so the government, if they launch the program of the health promotion, sometimes should subsidize for the unaffordable patients that, okay. And social media used in health promotion program is comfortable. You can use it, but remind that is some people can't afford about this. Thank you very much for your attendance. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Professor. And now, anyone would like to ask a question? All right, I believe none. Let's proceed. I invite Michael John Rivera to present the paper titled Impact Assessment on the DOST Small Enterprise Technology Upgrading System or Setup, Assisted MSMEs in Central Luzon using Analytic Hierarchy Process or AHP model. Hi, Michael.
Hello, Jojo. Good day.
Good day. Good
Okay.
afternoon to us.
Yes, good afternoon. Wait. Okay, so you're able to see my screen?
Yes, I do. Please proceed.
Okay, thank you. So good day, everyone, to all researchers and organizers of this international conference. I'm Michael John S. Rivera of the Philippines, and I will be presenting to you my paper with Mr. John Paul Q. Thomas as my co-author, entitled Impact Assessment on the Department of Science and Technology Small Enterprise Upgrading Program Assisted Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises in Central Luzon, Philippines, using Analytic Hierarchy Process Model. The Department of Science and Technology is one of the government agencies of the Philippines. with the mandated to provide central direction, leadership, and coordination of scientific and technological efforts and ensure that the results therefore are geared and utilized in areas of maximum economic and social benefits for the people. The DOST is headed by a secretary and composed of various regional offices across the Philippines. For this study, the involved agency is the DOST Central Luzon or the DOST Region Number 3, which composed of 7 provincial science and technology centers. Micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs, play an essential role in the industrial growth rate and employment generations of the country economy in developing countries such as Philippines. It constitutes more than 99% of the total business enterprises in the country that accounts for 32% of the country's gross domestic product or GDP and employs 62.8% of the country's workforce according to the Philippine Statistics Authority. In response to this, the DOST came up with a program called SETUP or Small Enterprise Technology Upgrading Program, which is a nationwide strategy to encourage and assist MSMEs to improve their operations, boost productivity, and improve competitiveness through the adoption of relevant technological innovation. Through this assistance, MSMEs can access interest-free technological fund support and other substantial services to maximize their capabilities and potential, including access to appropriate technologies and among others. The problem is the DOST is periodically collecting data from the firm beneficiaries through status reports and forms, but this data being collected has no deeper data analysis that will determine the impact assessment to the overall improvements of the firm beneficiaries based on the identified criteria of DOST setup. The objective of this research is to develop an impact assessment model using the AHP to measure the effectiveness of setup intervention based on the identified criteria. Specifically, to determine the impact assessment of setup based on the following. First, we have the geographic location, which is the Central Luzon and its 7 provinces, priority sectors, ownership, and the asset size. The diagram shows the conceptual framework of the study. The setup data of the DOST Region 3 will be utilized. The AHP will be used to get the Impact Assessment Score or the IS. AHP was used in determining the weight or level of significance per performance indicator to analyze the effectiveness of setup to the assisted MSMEs. From the setup data, the impact assessment score will be identified per beneficiary through the AHP model. The figure shows the technical framework. The objective is the determining of the impact assessment of the DOST setup. The first layer are the best setup adapter criteria, namely technology process and innovation assimilation, market and financial outcomes, and entrepreneurial acumen and management leadership. Each setup criterion has another layers. These layers are the data being collected by DOST through forms and reports like status reports. All criteria will be combined to come up with the setup project impact assessment score or DIS. The first methodology is the data preparation. It involves the collection of data and data cleaning. AHP is used in determining the weight or level of significance per performance indicator to analyze the effectiveness of setup to the assisted MSMEs. The technical framework will be the basis of determining the impact assessment score. A pairwise comparison survey was designed to seek judgment from subject matter experts. The derived weights of the performance indicator resulting from AHP were used in the computation of total impact assessment score per setup project. Data collected were tabulated and used to calculate the impact assessment score based on the weights derived from the 3 criteria for setup. Then the impact assessment score were assessed based on the impact rating calculated per criterion. For the resultant discussion, I will discuss first the demographic profile of data in the study. The beneficiaries from the food sectors have the highest number of projects in the study, comprising of 50%, while the furniture and other regional priorities are the lowest numbers of projects in the data. The food processing sector also has the highest approved total amount, comprising of 41% of the total amount, but noted that the metals and engineering sectors has the highest average amount per project, with a 1,854,041 pesos and 45 centavos per project. The Pampanga province has the highest number of projects approved, total amount, and average amount per project, with 27.76%, 39.26%, and 1,421,764.41 per project respectively. Majority of the setup project is from the sole proprietorship, with 86.47% of total projects and 74.03% of approved total amount of projects. But it is noted that the corporation has a higher average approved and total amount of 1,930,340 pesos and 53 centavos per project, compared to the 860,444 pesos per project of sole proprietorship. The setup beneficiaries enterprise are being categorized according to asset size. Beneficiaries with the micro assets are comprising of 56.23% of the total project. The following are the result of the AHP process. Among the 3 criteria, the technology process and innovation assimilation, or the criteria 1, got the highest weight of 75.50%. Next is the market and financial outcomes, or the criteria 2, got the 15.60%, and the least is the entrepreneur acumen and management leadership with a weight of 9% only. All criteria have a consistency ratio of 0, which is acceptable based on the AHP model. KPIs per indicator, which will be used in the determining the impact assessment of setup to the MSMEs. The table shows the impact assessment per year and per sector. So the metal engineering sector has the highest overall average impact assessment score of 80.25. And the food processing and agriculture sector are the second and the third, with an average IAS of 77.93 and 76.57. The lowest IAS is the furniture and the other regional industry priorities. The year 2013 has the highest average impact assessment score regardless of the sectors. But if we should consider that all sectors should have all the data from the 2015 to 2020, we can see that the year 27 has the highest average impact assessment score. In terms of ownership, the sole proprietorship has a higher average impact assessment score than the corporation in terms of ownership. It also having a greater number of years that are beyond the overall impact assessment score of 75.66, with a count of 5 years compared to only 2 years count for the corporation. In terms of location or province, Aurora, Bataan, and Tarlac have a higher impact assessment score than the IAS of 75.66 of the Central Luzon. The provinces of Bulacan and Pampanga have the lowest overall IAS. The year 2020, when the pandemic starts in the Philippines, is the only year where all the provinces have been below the overall average IAS of Central Luzon. The beneficiaries with micro assets have the highest average impact assessment score among the 3, while the lowest are the beneficiaries with the medium asset. The table shows the specific impact assessment score, the specific type of setup beneficiaries in terms of sector, asset size, and ownership. The IAS with red fonts are the highest impact assessment score of a certain type of MSMEs per sector. For example, the sector beneficiaries in a corporation with a micro asset size have the highest impact assessment score in the food processing sector. The blank IAS is in the set table indicates that there is no data available or reports during the study. For the conclusion, the overall impact assessment score in the entire Central Luzon is 75.66. Based on the detailed result with the criteria, the provinces with the highest impact assessment score are the same provinces with the highest average score and having a greatly improvements on the three criteria used in the model. While the rest of the provinces, namely Bulacan, Pampanga, and Zambales, have the lowest improvements and highest overall among the three criteria. The metals and engineering sectors has the highest impact assessments among the priority sectors, while the sectors of the food processing and agriculture are the second and the third. The sector of furniture has the lowest impact assessment score. The said sectors have the highest impact assessment score because they have also the highest average scores and improvements in the two of the three criteria, namely the TPI and the MFO. Likewise, the furniture has the lowest IAS because it is one of the least improvements in TPI and MFO. The set of beneficiaries with a micro asset size have the highest impact assessment score compared to the small and medium. Among the three asset size, the set of beneficiaries with a medium asset size have the lowest impact assessment score. The highest IAS of the beneficiary with a micro asset size is because it will also have the highest technological productivity improvement average score and improvements among the asset size, though the beneficiaries with the small asset size had the highest score and improvements of both the MFO and EAML of the criteria in the setup beneficiaries. The sole proprietorship has a higher average IAS than the corporation in terms of ownership. It also having a greater number of years that are beyond the overall impact assessment score of 75.66, with a count of 5 years compared to only 2 years count for the corporation. The higher IAS for sole proprietorship than a corporation is due that the sole proprietorship has a higher average score and improvements of all criteria than the average score of a corporation. Thank you very much, the Department of Science and Technology and Region 3 and Mapua University. Mabuhay sa ating lahat. Thank you.
Mabuhay, thank you so much. Anyone would like to ask a question for Michael? All right, then let's proceed. I would like to invite Kajol Chaudhary to present the paper titled Examination and Determination of Partial Discharge Source Using Gaussian, Naive Bayes, or GNB technique.
Yes, my voice is audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are, and I can see your screen. Go ahead,
Yes,
proceed.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon to one and all. Myself, Kajul Nitin Chaudhary from Mumbai, India. My specialization is in electrical engineering. I welcome you all for my presentation on the topic Examination and Determination of Partial Discharge Source using Gaussian Naive-Bayes GNB technique. Partial discharge, as the name suggests, it is the discharge that occurs partially. Discharge means breakdown that occurs due to application of high voltage or during manufacturing process due to impurities. This discharge removal is necessary, otherwise it will lead to various operational, financial, and temporal losses in industries, ultimately reducing the efficiency. This partial discharge can occur in any high voltage equipment such as generator, motor, cable, etc. My research aims to detect, analyze, and determine the type of partial discharge. So I will switch on to the introduction. This will the points I will cover in the introduction. What is partial discharge? First of all, partial discharge in any high voltage equipment, it originates from various local defects, which further results in degradation of insulation and reduction in lifespan of equipment. PD patterns are an important tool for the diagnosis of high voltage insulation systems. One of the most used widely representation is PRPD pattern, that is phase resolved partial discharge pattern. Second is why it needs to be removed. Why partial discharges need? It is necessary to remove the partial discharge. In order to ensure the reliable and durable operation of high voltage equipment, it is vital to relate the observable statistical characteristics of PD to the properties of the defect and ultimately to determine the type of defect. PD can occur in which type of equipment? Third point. So as I told, it can occur in any high voltage equipment such as generator, motor, transformer, cable, etc. How do we classify detection methods of PD measurements? There are two detection methods basically. One is the non-electrical detection, the second one is electrical detection. In non-electrical detection, we can detect it by using chemical composition, by using acoustic detection, by using sensors, by using optical detection, in which we can use light. In electrical detection, we are using some smart instrument like PD Smart, LDS, etc. What are the parameters that define raw data of PD measurements? Raw data from any high voltage equipment known as phase resolved data will have four parameters, that is phi, Q, N, and V. The phase resolved data consists of three-dimensional phase angle, phi, charge transfer Q. I will explain it on later slides. And next is, last point is, how do we classify PD? These are the classification of discharges, internal as well as external. As we can see from figure A, that the void discharge occurs in between the insulation. Void indicates bubble, which we can see in the bucket of water. So that is what is void discharge. In external discharge, there are two types basically, surface and corona discharge. As we can see from figure B, that corona discharge occurs between air and conductor. Also, we can see from figure C that the surface discharge occurs on the surface only. It doesn't harm any inside part of insulation. Also, we can see from the figure D that partial discharge between wire and plane. So it is also a type of external discharge. Now, switching on to the next slide, that is of sample raw data. The raw data of AC generator I have obtained from the Crompton Greaves from Mumbai for both known and unknown type of discharges. Known data is basically for reference I have used, and unknown data I have used for detection. This table shows the data which I got as a raw data of alternator from industry, which contains the period number 111, like phase angle phi, that charge, that is Q, and voltage, that will be in the kilovolt. These are the sample PD patterns which I obtained by using my research. As an example, I have shown, these are the 2D plot which is drawn by using raw data, and it is also drawn in between N and Q. As we can see from figure 1, where N is taken on x-axis and Q is taken on y-axis. Similarly, in second figure, we have drawn the figure between phi and Q, that phi is taken on x-axis and Q is taken on y-axis. And in the third figure, there it is drawn between phi and N, where phi is taken on x-axis and N is taken on y-axis. These plots are drawn by using MATLAB programming. Now, switching on the methods that can be used to detect type of partial discharge. So these are the feature extraction method which I have listed, 5 types of method, and in feature classification also there are 4 to 5 types of methods. So these are the methods. These are the methods, actually 5 methods. In the methods which I have used in my current research is, first one is the statistical methods of feature extraction using MATLAB programming that I will explain now. And the second one is improvised machine learning method using Python, in which I have used Gaussian naive-Bayes, that is GNB method. Now, I will switch on to my first objective, I mean to say first output that I got from the statistical methods. So the statistical parameters which are used, first one is the average mean value. Average mean is nothing but the sum of the terms, addition of all the terms. Variance is nothing but it is a measurement of the spread between numbers in a data set. Skewness, it is nothing but it is distortion or asymmetry in a symmetrical bell curve or normal distribution in a set of data. If the curve is shifted to left or to the right, it is said to be skewed. Kurtosis is nothing but it is the sharpness of the peak of a frequency distribution curve. And last one, the last statistical parameter is the standard deviation. It is nothing but the measure of amount of variation or dispersion of a set of values. This is the research methodology. This is the research methodology for objective 1. I have received basically 6 types of raw data from industry known as tan delta measurement. The data is of alternator, which contains 4 parameters as shown in previous slide. The known data are void surface and corona, and the unknown data are data 1, data 2, and data 3. So I have drawn the patterns I have drawn the pattern plots for phi-q, phi-n, and n-q. I have determined the parameter values from the pattern plots to detect the type of discharge from the unknown source by comparing it with the known source. I will explain it how I have done the MATLAB programming and how I obtained the results. Actually, sorry for the interruption. Actually. So this is how I have done the comparison. So this is comparison of known void discharge and unknown data 3 discharge, and I am comparing the graph. So as I have compared the mean plot of known void discharge with the mean plot of unknown data 3, which looks similar, as it can be predicted that yes, data 3 is a void type of discharge. In the same manner, in next slides, plots are drawn for all the 5 types of parameters. I will show one by one. So this is the plot of PD using mean value and the standard deviation parameters of the void discharge only. So these are the plots of the first known type of discharge, that is void discharge. As we can see that there is only one peak occurring. So we can predict that yes, this is void type of discharge. This is basically known type of discharge. These are the plots of, this is the plot of kurtosis for the void type of discharge. Now, switching on to the second known type of discharge, that is surface type of discharge, I have compared the mean plot of known surface discharge with the mean plot of unknown discharge data 1, which looks similar. So it can be predicted that yes, data 1 is a surface type of discharge. So these are the plot of PD with mean value and standard deviation of second type of discharge, that is surface type of discharge. So from this plot, we can see that the discharge is distributed all over the surface. For both the plots, so it can be predicted that yes, it is surface type of discharge. So the plots are plotted for variance as well as skewness and kurtosis. I have used the 5 parameters, so I have drawn the plots for all the 5 parameters and for all the known as well as unknown discharge. So switching on to the third type of discharge, that is corona discharge. So here we can see that the plot is forming the mountain-like structure, and skewness plot is varying inversely like its peak. So we can predict that yes, this is for a surface type of discharge. So these are the 3 known types of discharge I have covered. Void looks like a peak, void is showing the peak, surface is distributed all over the surface, and the corona discharge is forming a mountain-like shape. So these are the known types of discharge. So quickly I will go for the unknown type of discharge. So these are the actually discharges results which I obtained for the unknown type of discharge. From data 1, we can see that yes, it is distributed all over the surface. So I can predict that the data 1 is the surface type of discharge. Second discharge is the data 2, a known type of data again. So for that plot also, I am getting the plot like it is distributed all over the surface. So it can be predicted that yes, data 2 is also surface type of discharge. So switching on to the unknown data 3. So in unknown data 3, it can be seen that it is showing a peak value. Only one value at the center, it is showing its peak. So it can be predicted that it is void type of discharge. So I have tabulated the results which I have got. So I will, as we can see from mean value of all 3 known discharge, that the mean value of void is in multiple of 1000, mean value of surface is in multiple of 100, and the mean value of corona is a single digit value. So we can compare other 4 parameters in a similar manner. So these are the known parameters. So I have calculated for it for the unknown parameters also. As we can see from the mean values of unknown discharges, data 1, data 2, and data 3, that the mean values of data 1, data 2 is in multiple of hundreds, as that of same as of surface discharge, predicting that yes, data 1 and data 2 are surface discharges. And the mean value of data 3 is in multiple of 1000, which matches that with the known void discharge. So yes, predicting that data 3 is void type of discharge. So the results are tabulated, and I got the data 1, data 2 as void type of discharge, and data 3 as the data 1, data 2 as a surface type of discharge, and data 3 as a void discharge. So as we discussed everything now, these results are tabulated that data 1 and data 2 are surface and data 3 as void. But I got the accuracy of only 85% by using the statistical method in MATLAB. Since it is, I thought this is less, so I have tried the new method, that is Gaussian-Neve-based method, to improve it. So this is the experimental setup of the Gaussian-Neve-based method, which I used in Python using Google Colab. So use of Google Colab for experimental setup using the Jupyter notebook using Python programming. So the Google Colab is preferred, and it is open, as it is open source software. It is convenient to code, supports graphical user interface easily, and we can compare the plots easily also in this. So initially in Google Colab, the common software model I have built. Finally, the final process file of all the 3 known and 3 unknown, what we discussed about known type and unknown type, that data is given as an input to this software model and for using for training as well as testing. And the graphical user interface that is created using the Google Colab libraries in server for this type of method. So when any value of this 5 statistical parameter is given as an input, so that graphical user interface will display the type of discharge, whether it is white or whether it is corona or whether it is surface. So directly after giving the input, I will get the output. I will show how. This is the output of the GNB method which I got. So in this window, in which the statistical parameters I can give the input. I mean to say the known type or unknown type I can give as an input. So all the 5 parameters I can give input over here, mean, standard deviation, variance, skewness, kurtosis, and I have to select the type of method, whether it is GNB, whether it is machine learning, whether it is random forest, any method I can select. But in this paper, I have shown the GNB technique. So after selecting the technique, after selecting the GNB method, I will get the output directly. As we can see from here, that I am getting the surface type of discharge at the bottom. So for this 5 parameters, I got the surface type of discharge. So the results of this is also tabulated. That if I'm giving the mean, standard deviation, skewness, kurtosis values, I'm getting the output as a corona discharge. So these are the results of GNB method. I got the 99% accuracy by this method, whereas in statistical I got 85%. So that is overcome by using this. So these are the references which I have used for my research. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone would like to ask a question? Right. It seems none. All right, let's proceed to our next presenter. I invite Rakesh Sinha to present the paper titled Array-Based Spatial Processing Receiver for a Smart Antenna System.
Hello.
Hi,
Hello.
Rakesh. Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead, please share your screen.
Okay, wait a minute. Is it visible now?
Yes, it is. Go ahead, proceed.
Hello, everyone. This is Rakesh Sinha here from Bangladesh. I am an MTech graduate student from India in radio frequency communication. Today, I am here to present one of the topics regarding antenna. It's about the array-based spatial processing receiver for 4-channel based smart antenna system. So considering that in introduction part, I like to say that a smart antenna is a very latest technology, and where adaptive arrays are used in a smart antenna system, including that RF frequency to intermediate frequency spatial processing also can be done through the adapted array system. Because of its capacity, range, and improved length capacity for transmission and reception, this antenna is quite an effective one in the market now. On the right side, you can see the diagram that different wavelengths can be passed through a getting multiplex and can be passed through a single wavelength. So the problem definition part, I have done the design and development of hardware for spatial combining at intermediate frequency level, and then signals are received at ISM band through antenna elements to make a microchip patch-based antenna. In objective part, I like to say that to develop the voltage control oscillator, which I also need to saw at that voltage panel, and design and develop part, which is developed at the S-band system, and to test the rotation of the main beam by changing the phase of the individual element 2/4 of the design. In the later part, I will see how I have changed the main beam for 2-based system and 4-channel based system. What is the difference has been raised in the 2-based and 4-based system. So in methodology part, you can see a single line diagram. That is a bandpass filter is forwarding the signal to LNA, low noise amplifier, where noise level is getting declined. And after that, I have used a mixer. The functionality of mixer is to shift the signals from one frequency to another level. And from mixer, it's going to the intermediate frequency of bandpass level. And fourth part, I have used voltage gain attenuator. And the later part, I have used the voltage phase detector system. This is a calculation of, it is a one method I have used here, cavity model approach based system. Here I have selected a length and width for this system. Here 350 millimeter length and 120 millimeter width have been considered based on a reference paper, and the edge impedance level have been considered 150.65 ohm. Frequency, as I have already told, that it has been considered 2.45 gigahertz. This is the reference page of a previously examined the one. So development of Visio. I have constructed circuit here, mini circuit, and the Visio required to set the voltage around 10 volt. 10 volt square wave generated and applied to VCC port. Here we can see the image. And the frequency have been tuned from 2 to 3 gigahertz. And the output from the SMA control power level came 6 megawatt. This is the hardware of a receiver. Receiver design specifications part. The receiver have been designed, it's called the super heterodyne receiver. Here the different domain has been used here. If you see that bandpass filter already has been told, LNA, mixer, attenuators, phase shifter, and the finally have been IF adder. Intermediate frequency adder has been added to combine the 4 outputs to increase the signal level and reduce noise level. IF intermediate frequency amplifier also used to raise the output signal level. After reducing the noise, we have raised the output signal level, and the splitter has been used to feed 4 mixer from line oscillator. Here the test image of a testing lab, what I have done. In the simulation results parts, I can show you that 2 coefficient has been used. One is for 1.05 and one is 2.33. The main difference, if you observe here, you can see that the wavelength has been much narrower than the wavelength what we have got through to the 2.33. Here is the wavelength is much more wider, but here is the much narrower. Then the 2-element patch, this is 2-channel based patch antenna, and this is 4-channel based patch antenna result. Here you can see that signal which has been generated, it's not looking very much sharp and not looking narrower. But comparatively in 4-channel based system, without much phase deviation, we can transfer the signal in a much more narrower way, which was our ultimate goal for making this system. The test results, what I have got here, this is the insertion loss has been gotten. Gain have came for low noise amplifier 20 dB and conversion loss 5.7. So combining everything, that net gain came 8 dB. 8 dB, that is without introduction of intermediate frequency amplifier. And with the introduction of intermediate frequency amplifier, it came 30 dB more, and on overall it came 38 dB. The total loss in the receiver channel left alone 12 dB, but at the finally the gain came 38 dB level. So in conclusion part, I like to say that the objective I had, I could really implement that one and achieve the bandwidth level 3% bandwidth with the introduction of 2.45 gigahertz frequency. And overall noise figure level remain very low. It's around only 3 dB. So the future scope, I have to have the interest to work on this one to build a code through that digital complex based weighting and combining, and extend this 4-channel based system to 8-channel based system with the incorporation of direction of arrival and adaptive broadcast period algorithm. So that's all from me. If there is any question, you can please ask me.
All right. Are there anyone who would like to ask a question?
I would like to ask the question.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I noticed that your receiver, after the antenna, you have
Actually, I'm not getting able to hear the question properly because that noise is breaking down.
Okay, for your receiving antenna, right? You have a bandpass filter and then followed by a LNA. So what is the reason you put the bandpass filter and then followed by LNA? Because I noticed that the bandpass filter have very high attenuation. So is it better to put a LNA, then after that you put the bandpass filter?
Actually, whatever the you are telling, that noise is breaking down, man. If I am not wrong enough, your voice is not clear enough to understand. Can you write in the chat box?
Okay, I write in the chat box.
Okay. Yeah, can you please, Professor, write in the chat box and I will read it for him.
Okay. Sure. Okay.
All right. The question is why you use the BPF before the LNA.
BPF bandpass filter I have used to select the frequency level. That particular level I kept the frequency. Without the introduction of BPF, how can I keep the frequency level the way I want it? Will it be better if the LNA to amplify the signal then being sent to BPF, as the BPF has attenuation of? So that part I will try to find out. Right now I can't answer it properly, sir, because my objective was to give the LNA after the BPF only.
Okay. Professor Yikit Chan, you can provide a contact information to the chat box so that you can communicate with Professor.
Yes.
All right.
And my mail ID. And sir, your mail ID, please.
All right. Are there any other questions? Thank you so much. The email address is available in the chat box, sir. You may note of that email address. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And let's go ahead and proceed. I invite another one from the Philippines, John Mark S. Bourbon, to present the paper titled Impact of Meat Processing Program of the School of International Hospitality Management on its beneficiaries. Hi.
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me? People?
Yes, I can hear you and I can see your screen. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Hello. Yeah. Hello, can you hear me? Miss Jojo, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And of course, thank you as well for, okay. So basically, I would like to introduce to you our research paper titled The Impact of Meat Processing Program of the School of International Hospitality Management and its beneficiaries. Okay, so we have 4 authors here. Yours truly, and then the head of the Research Development and Extension Services offer, Dr. Elenita M. Chamzon. And together with me this afternoon as well is my co-presenter, Ms. Catherine Y. Cadalo, and of course, the other author is Sir Greg Magtulis from the School of International Hospitality Management. Okay, so we're from World City Colleges, Quezon City, situated in the Philippines. Okay, to proceed, I would like to introduce to you a very, very short, quick introduction about ourselves. So currently, I'm the Community Extension Coordinator of World City Colleges, Quezon City. At the same time, my co-presenter is the Dean of the School of International Hospitality Management, and handling the different programs such as hospitality management, tourism management, and hospitality management and nutrition and dietetics program. Okay. Now, to proceed with our study, we would like to inform, well, most especially the higher education institution is mandated by the Commission on Higher Education to produce instruction, research, and extension. The reason why extension is also included in the conduct along with instruction and research, this is to surpass the societal issues, the political, economic, and cultural and ethical disputes that constrain the country's human development, efficiency, and competitiveness in the global forum. Indeed, that's the reason why one of the criteria for the accreditation is the use of extension programs and activities conducted by the different academic institutions, okay, in the Philippines as well. Along with this, the reason why they are also accredited on the extension services, this is to improve the quality of life of the Filipino as a whole and the nation as a whole. Okay, so basically the community extension services of World City Colleges, the extension arm of World City Colleges, is mandated to facilitate, to initiate, and coordinate the provision of services to the partner or adopted community based on the resources, expertise of the faculty members and non-teaching personnel, and the interest of WCC as a whole, and at the same time, the need of the community. The World City Colleges, Quezon City, the CESO, has its trust programs, which are entitled for the health, which means healthcare delivery and services, education and leadership, livelihood program, and skills development. At the same time, people empowerment. So most of our extension activities are anchored in this trust programs. Okay, so one of the trust programs of the Community Extension and Services Office is the livelihood programs. That's the reason why livelihood program as well is one of the most common extension platform of other higher educational institutions here in the Philippines, as cited by Leonares and Jocares on this several research papers conducted by the Filipino academicians. Okay, so meat processing as well is one of the in-demand livelihood projects in the Philippines. The reason why is because there is an ample supply of livestock and meat products in the country. So we all know that Philippines is an agricultural country. That's why we have lots as well of the meat products. No, so also meat processing and products are usually practiced by and used by the School of International Hospitality Management. That's why one of the focus or one of the foci of their extension programs is to conduct this meat processing to the adopted community. Okay, so this study aimed to assess the impact of the meat processing program of the School of International Hospitality Management to its beneficiary, especially in the adopted community, the Barangay Kalumpang, situated in Marikina City, one of the neighboring cities here in the Quezon City, where World City Colleges is situated. Now, specifically, it seeks the following. It seeks to answer the following question. First, what are the perceived effects of the program on the communities and communities, and individuals. Next, what are the influences of the program to the beneficiaries? What are the reasons of the beneficiaries and the participation of the program? And is there a felt need to improve the program? Okay, so the methods we have employed, the research design of the study is it utilized a descriptive research design that describe and analyze the effect or the impact of the extension program, the meat processing of the School of International Hospitality Management of World City Colleges, Quezon City, to the adopted community. Okay, for the sampling and the sampling technique used, the study used a purposive sampling technique. For this, only include the 20 beneficiaries of the meat processing program from the adopted community in the Barangay Kalumpang, Marikina City. And of course, the instrumentation and statistical treatment. For the instrument, we just only adopted the questionnaire from the LAO. And of course, it is composed of two parts. First one, it solicits the demographic profile of the respondents or the beneficiaries. And the second one solicited the different subcategories, which will be presented later on. And of course, the information regarding the effect of the extension program or the impact of the extension program to the beneficiaries was rated with the following 4-point Likert scale, where 4 is strongly agree and 1 is strongly disagree. And of course, we also employed different mean limits in order for us to verbally interpret the result of the study. Okay, so the half or the results and discussion and conclusions will be presented by my colleague in this research paper, which I will be sharing this to you as well. So kindly just wait for a while as I will play the video presentation of my colleague. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So agree that meat processing extension program of World City Colleges, Quezon City, to the adopted barangay beneficiaries believe that the meat processing extension program helped a lot the community, enhanced their knowledge and skills, motivated the residents to establish livelihood projects in the community, helped augment the income of the families, and prevented the youth and the mothers not to indulge with vices such as drugs and gambling. So the findings of this study koto to the studies conducted by Dilao and Herrera 2010 and Takbaz and Company 2010 as cited by Dugyon 2016. So in this, based on the result of the effect of meat processing to program beneficiaries, results reveal that beneficiaries strongly agree that they gained knowledge and skills on the extension programs. In addition, beneficiaries agree that the extension programs help them boost their confidence, and it enabled them to find job, enabled them to increase their income, helped them to augment the income of their family, and prevented the youth and mothers not to indulge with vices such as drugs, gambling. So these claims correspond with the study of Bacara and Company 2019 in their community service activity titled Processing of Artificial Meat from Soybeans as a Protein Source in Cadres and Women Groups in Siamad Village, Lubuk Pakam Sub-District. So their findings show that community awareness of artificial meat processing was only 7% or very poor at the start of the activity, but it increased to 81%, which is good, after the intervention. So furthermore, they can develop appropriate technologies for producing artificial meat as a source of vegetarian protein for health and illness prevention. Okay, so on the assessment on how meat processing program touched the beneficiaries, they agree that the extension program touched them to love to help their neighbors, sharing to them what they have learned from the trainers, the extension implementers, awaken their volunteerism, made them proud of themselves, made them feel that there are other people who care for them, and inspire them to care for their community also. They were touched on the willingness and patience on the extension workers in helping them to finish the extension program and made them happy, especially when they gained knowledge and skills. So based on the reason why do beneficiaries participate in meat processing program, results revealed that beneficiaries strongly agree that they were ashamed that extension implementers will be one to clean their surroundings. Also, beneficiaries agree that they wanted to learn and gain many skills, find the extension program beneficial. The program was recommended to them and eventually they love joining it. They are interested to join the programs. However, beneficiaries disagree that they were required by the barangay. So this means that beneficiaries were not forced to participate in the program, but joined voluntarily, for they believe that the program would help them. Okay, so based on the assessment of the beneficiaries of the meat processing program on the changes on the quality of life of the beneficiaries in terms of knowledge, they agree that they were able to handle their financial business and resources properly. They were able to know how to save money and were able to know how to put up a backyard business. So such livelihood activities have positive impact on their economic status, as these helps the beneficiaries residents to gain an inspiration or a motivation to start their own small business. And for some whose hobbies are useful for the activity, fuels their passion while doing their job efficiently, as they widen their knowledge on handling finances and business even when in the comfort of their home. That is from Bourbon Ilagan and Ilagan 2021. Based on the assessment of the beneficiaries of the meat processing program on the changes on the quality of life of the beneficiaries in terms of lifestyle, they strongly agree that they were able to donate more than to the needy or to the church. So this may be due to they were able to have additional financial resources that they gained during the meat processing program. Beneficiaries also agree that they were able to purchase new property, increase their monthly income, improvement on the standard of their living, sourced out extra income, purchased home appliance, and able to buy their needs and wants. So the impact of this kind of community education training activities is that the residents or the beneficiaries can realize and appreciate the importance of saving money and other resources, their heightened value on interpersonal relationship with their family members, and they become more aware on how to prepare healthy foods for their family. So these impacts really change the community residents' quality of life when it comes to their lifestyle. Okay, and next, based on the result of the assessment on the question if the extension program is necessary, majority of the beneficiaries tick yes, or 65% of them, and only 35% tick no. This means that for the beneficiaries, the meat processing program should be improved. So the decision of the beneficiaries to call for improving the extension program may imply that they wish to continue the community extension services and extend the benefits to more residents of the community, as this may open doors for more great job opportunities, considering the sustainability of the program that will soon help them in acquiring stable health, education, and family support. Figueroa 2017. Okay, and based on the result of the assessment on the question if the extension program is necessary, okay, majority of the beneficiaries tick yes, 65%, and only 35% tick no. So this means that for the beneficiaries, the meat processing program should be improved. The decision of the beneficiaries to call for improving the extension program may imply that they wish to continue the community extension services and extend the benefits to more residents of the community, as this may open doors for more great job opportunities, considering the sustainability of the program that will soon help them in acquiring stable health, education, and family support. Okay, so these are the references. And with that, thank you so much.
Okay. Hello. Okay.
Yep.
So that's the end of our presentation. Hopefully, we were able to touch of course, no, and inspire other people to conduct extension services on their adopted community. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to that very inspiring presentation. Anyone would like to ask a question? Right, I think none. Thank you so much, John Mark Bourbon. And now let's proceed. I invite Neeraj Tripathi to present the paper titled Electrical Modeling of Neuron System for Deep Brain Stimulation Microelectrode.
Okay, I was just muted. I am going to start. Please allow me a few minutes. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes,
Okay,
I can hear you. You can go ahead and share your screen again, please.
I'm doing that. Is it
All
fine,
right.
madam?
Yes,
Awesome.
it is. Please proceed.
Thank you, madam. My name is Neeraj Tripathi, and I am working in Sri Mata Vaishno Devi University, India. And the topic of today's presentation is electrical modeling of neuron systems for deep brain stimulation microelectrode. So just a couple of minutes why this analysis is important. What happens, there are certain life-affecting diseases like Parkinson's disease and other brain-related diseases which cannot be cured using any kind of medicine, and we will have to use electrical signals in order to affect a certain portion of the brain. And this technique is called as the deep brain stimulation. And this deep brain stimulation is primarily done with the help of a microelectrode. And this microelectrode provides the supply of electric current or voltage from the outside through the microelectrode inside the brain. So it was postulated quite earlier that brain is composed of neurons, and neurons are have several properties like chemical properties, mechanical properties, but they have electrical properties also. So it has been postulated that our neurons are electrical properties, source electrical properties. So in this work, I have analyzed those properties, and that's why it is called electrical modeling of neuron systems. So my presentation will consist of the following points: brain structure, very briefly, the basic neuron for understanding, HS model for neuron. HS stands for Huxley-Horsley model, and they were given the electrical model for the neuron sometimes in early 50s, and they were provided Nobel Prize for this. And then in order to simulate my own model, I have proposed a simulation model and discussions and references. So this is a basic structure of brain. However, brain can be very complex, but for our analysis, the purpose is to show that brain has several lobes, and this portion is called as the deep brain because it is very deep inside the brain, and it is responsible for the motor action of our body, like our movement, our hand movement, and other things. Different parts have a different functionality, but for Parkinson's disease, we will have to focus this point. So what we will do, we will provide electrical potential here by inserting a microelectrode. Microelectrode will be like this, and that is this technique is called the deep brain stimulation. Now, how a basic neuron will look like? This is a very generalized structure of a basic neuron. Basic neuron has a cell body, it has axons, then it has dendrites, and it has synapses. So how it works? The cell body provides energy or nourishment to the whole neuron, and axon is responsible for getting the signals from the other similar neurons, and those signals, that is called potential. That axon potential is transferred from this cell body via this dendrite to the synapses, and this synapses will be connected to other neuron through this process. So that is a general structure of the basic neuron. So in my work, I have taken analyzed the electrical modeling of this. So this is the Hodgkin-Huxley model for neuron, which is called HH model. We can say from here that it has variable resistance and it has various voltages. So we can say that according to HS model, our neuron is voltage and resistance dependent entity. We can see the entry of the current, and we also postulate that our neuron is behaves like a membrane. We have an outer portion and we have an internal portion. The other important point is that the neuron can store charges also because it has a capacitive element also. So in short, we can say from electrical engineering point of view that this is basically a RC model. R stands for resistance and C stands for capacitance. The other important point is to note that the resistance of the neuron can change, but capacitance will remain constant. Capacitance will not change. It is physically not possible. And there will be a potential across the inside and the outside, as we know that a living cell has a very small potential around 0.5 millivolt, and a dead cell does not have any kind of potential. So this is the proposed model for the simulation of the electrical properties of the neurons. So we have taken a spherical model. There are a lot of chemical elements present in the neurons, but the crucial points are K plus, potassium, sodium, and chloride. And we have concentration outside of the neuron, and we have the similar ions inside the neuron. The measured, and there are other organic anions also. And this is the chemical or biological composition of the neuron. And all these elements act as ion pumps, and the functioning of the neuron is that of electrical. I'm not going to detail how all these ion pumps work, because this is a very separate and very large topic of discussion. Here we are concerned with the electrical nature. So the concentration for the various ions I have taken, for example, sodium plus in millimole, I have taken the inner and the outer, as you pointed out earlier, that there is the inner portion and the outer portion. So normally the thing is, whenever we are taking a sodium plus, the outer to inner ratio is around 10 or 11. So we have taken 11 millimole for the inner and 140 for the outer. For potassium ion, we have taken inner and outer like 150 and 5. And for chloride, we have taken 3 and 115. Organic anions, we normally take 95. These values have been taken after a lot of literature survey. And when we simulated this model, the model which I have presented earlier, this spherical model, the surface area of this sphere is 1250 micrometer square, and its radius is around 20 micrometer. That is close to the practical aspect. So when I am simulating this by providing the electrical current, that we will call it a stimulating current, and this is the output response of the neuron, we can say from electrical engineering, this is the typical response of a RC circuit. If I have a resistance and a capacitor circuit, and if I provide a input current, this is a typical response, which proves that the neuron actually acts as a RC circuit. We also see that there is a delay. The input current goes from 0 to 1 quickly, but it takes certain time in order to go from a lower value to the higher value. If we compare this to a practical situation, suppose you are moving on a street, and suppose alpine or some pricky thing is injected in your thumb, you will notice that you don't feel pain immediately. There is always some gap. That gap is basically this delay. So suppose the alpine is accidentally injected in your body at this point, but you will feel response after a certain time. This delay is due to the action potential, that is the movement of potential. So in our human body, we feel this kind of feeling in actual life also. That is due to the electrical nature of the neurons. Similarly, here you can see another thing. If the pricky needle is injected in your body, but the intensity is small, you will feel little pain. But if the same pricky is higher, you will feel higher pain. The same thing is here. You can say that if the stimulating current is larger, I have taken from 0.1 nanoampere to 0.3 nanoampere. You can see that the output potential is also rising. So if the input is higher, the potential is also higher. The other important point is to note that our brain has billions of neurons and trillions of synapses. And each neuron have different kind of shape, different kind of size. Some are very longer, some are smaller. And due to which they have different kind of conductivity. Conductivity is a very crucial parameter in electrical engineering. This picture shows that even if the input current is constant, the output potential will depend upon the conductivity. K0.5 exhibit lower conductivity and K0.3 exhibit a higher conductivity. We know that if the conductivity is higher and if the conductivity is lower, our output potential depends on the input. So what I want to say that these results actually tells us that the electrical behavior of the neuron, first thing, neuron indeed has electrical behavior, and secondly, the electrical behavior of neuron follows basic electrical law, but they don't follow Ohm's law. You can see that these results are not the result of Ohm's law. In Ohm's law, voltage is proportional to current, but here this is not the case. You can say that voltage is higher, but input current is higher immediately, but voltage is changing certain time. This is not the property of Ohm's law, but yes, it has non-linear property. And anyway, our whole body is a non-linear system. Well, the question is why Parkinson's disease and other kind of motor disease takes place. The reason is that our neuron may be hyperexcited, or maybe they may show inhibition kind of thing. So the idea is, in what happens in Parkinson's disease, our body moves uncontrollable. We are unable to control our hand, we are unable to control our movement. So why does it happen? It happens due to the hyperexcitation of our neuron. Here it is important to claim that the actual region of Parkinson's disease and brain-related disease are still unknown. There are a lot of research are going on, but scientists have found that by providing electrical current inside the brain, we get relief. So here the point, it tells us that if the input current has one kind of polarity, here we can see it is a positive polarity, our neurons are excited. But if the input stimulating current has a reverse polarity, we can say that it shows the inhibition property. So what we can do, by manipulating this external current, we can manipulate the response of the neuron, and that is a very useful thing. So by changing this current, we can maintain the excitation and de-excitation of neuron, and it can reduce the hyperactivity of the neuron. So in our few results, we have proved and we have shown that our neuron has the electrical property, and these are the discussions. The neuron exhibit electrical behavior and look like a circuit network. The electrical modeling of neuron is presented. The neuron size for this analysis, we have taken 250 micrometers square with a diameter of 20 micrometers. Well, I have taken only one kind of neuron. In other paper, I have taken various size of neurons, various surface and various diameter. And the current which we have taken from 0.1 nanoampere to 0.3 nanoampere. This is the actual range of current which we use inside our brain. And we have also seen one thing, that the neuron can store charge, and it is a very crucial thing, because it is not possible for us to allow the flow of a large amount of current, because in that case neurons will store a large number of charge, and these charge may permanently affect our neurons. The deep brain stimulation technique is a non-reversible, it's a reversible technique. What does it mean? If electricity is removed, our neurons will take the original position. But if we have provided a large amount of current, then neurons will accumulate a large amount of capacitance, and it may permanently affect our neurons. With this analysis, the key point of these research are useful for the development of microelectrodes. So What we will do, we will always avoid a large storage of charge on the neurons. This is only possible if the design of microelectrode is optimized. And the microelectrode can be analyzed in the level. Here, one thing is very important, that Parkinson's disease normally takes place at a very upper age, around 70 or 80 years. And deep brain stimulation is a invasive technique where we have to go for operation. So everything should be perfect because we cannot go for repetitive operation for a patient. So simulation and modeling and design are very crucial for deep brain stimulation technique. And these are some references which I have used for my work. And here I have included this paper. This is of 1952 on the Hodgkin and Huxley had produced a series of papers. On the basis of those papers, they were given the Nobel Prize. So thank you. That is all from my side. If you have any question, I am ready.
Thank you so much. Anyone would like to ask a question? All right, it seems none. Let's proceed.
Thank you, madam.
A video presentation by Assistant Professor Dr. Prapai Sridama. The paper is about developing Thai reading skills for primary school students by tailoring them to each learner using machine learning technique.
I would like to present to you about the topic is develop each learner using machine techniques. This research has two authors. The first author is Assistant Professor Dr. Prapai Sridama. Now, the position are lecturer in Doctor of Philosophy, Digital Technology Management for Education Program. The second position is lecturer in master degree in Management Information System Program. And the last position is lecturer in bachelor degree in Computer Science Program. The office is Basumdet Chapaya Ratchapat University, Bangkok, Thailand. And her email is prapai.kmutnb@gmail.com. The second author is Shopaka Siribut. The position is Secretary of the Vice Dean of Graduate School at Ban Somdet Chapaya Ratchapat University. In this topic, the objective in this topic is to show Thai learning skill to primary school students with developing a learning system with use the machine learning in each student. The second group is this research used 350 students from many schools which are in Bangkok, Thailand. Now, Thai language is a language that has been developed for a long time in Thailand, and the second introduction about schools in Bangkok have adapted their teaching method to teaching in an online format. And Bangkok has the COVID situation now. So schools, all schools in Bangkok teach by online only. The last introduction is a researcher developed an e-learning system for solving the school students tailored to each learner using machine learning techniques. Now I would like to show you the theoretical techniques for in this research. The first is the 2008 Basic Education Core Curriculum in Thailand, and the second topic is the principles of reading time, and the next topic is the machine learning, and next a support vector machines or SVM for using in the research, and last technique is used by naive Bayes. Now I would like to show you the methodology. The methodology in this research, I can show you in the figure 1. The figure 1 is an e-learning system with machine learning or ELS/ML architecture. The first picture shows the electronic database ELML and user interface electronic database is so can and reports. And the second of architecture ELSML is learning application is controlled by machine learning. And the third expect for performance because it is automatically adapt for using. And the second picture shows about the system flow chart of e-learning system. If users are students, they are tested with electronic system before into the lesson. In this and tools to do teaching of e-learning system and group by group. Students the first group use e-learning, they can learn, for example, lesson 1 and they to do the practice in level. If they pass, then it next. The system or e-learning system can know that the student pass or not pass by the e-learning system use naive Bayes technique for the students. Now I will show you about the result and discussion. The first picture is the graph of comparison between average score between regular and study with e-learning system in grade 1 of by and the study by learn by teacher, and the red line learn about regular study and study with e-learning system in grade 2 or level 2. And there are two pictures. And the below graphic is show between regular study and studying with e-learning. And this show in grade 5 and like conclusion in this research. The e-learning system about improved Thai reading skill for primary school students. Using machine learning techniques is used to show in reading skill of primary school students that the e-learning approximately increased 10%. However, I compare between students of grade 1 to 6 by study by 1 to 6 studying by the e-learning system. Now I can show that the approximately increased 10% teacher for preparation about that. Teacher more than in the past. The teachers rather than build language problem of Thai. Next research for solving the English language. This page thank you.
It was just a video presentation. Thank you so much for that presentation. I believe we cannot cater any questions. So let's go ahead and proceed. I invite Aisha to present the paper titled The Role of Self-Esteem Towards Aggressiveness on Emerging Adulthood After a Breakup. Interesting.
Okay, hello.
Hi. You
everyone.
can go ahead and share your screen.
Yeah, okay. Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Aisyah. I am from Faculty of Psychology, Universitas Pancasila, Jakarta, Indonesia. Today I would present our research, which the title is The Role of Self-Esteem Towards Aggressiveness on Emerging Adulthood After a Breakup. This is the research with my student, Ovilia Miulita, and my colleague, Maharani Ardi Putri. Okay, this is the content of the research, background, methods, result, and discussion. This is the abstract. So I start with the background. According to Sprecher 1994, breakups happen because of one couple decided to end irreparable relationship. This is one of life's experiences which causes stress and depression. In Indonesia, many cases that occur because someone have a breakup. There are first, a man was arrested by state police on burning down the ex-girlfriend's family house in Tangerang. Tangerang is one of city in Java, Indonesia. A young man spread nasty videos with ex-house his girlfriend because of her take was cut off by his ex-girlfriend, and 25 years old woman revenge on ex-girlfriend with cyanide toxic satay. Maybe in Malaysia, in Thailand, you know satay, one kind of food in Indonesia. Then the last one is a girl sinking ex-luxury car girlfriend in swimming pool. So therefore, many people aggressive do anything that aggressiveness after breakup. So aggressiveness is a behavior that directed at others to harm the person. According to Bush and Perry, 1992, aggressiveness is a behavior or behavioral tendencies aimed at hurt both physically and psychologically to someone. One of the factors that influence aggressiveness is self-esteem. Self-esteem is a general evaluation about the self. Based on many research that such as from Garofalo, Holden, Hill, Felaty, Jawa and Ambarini, Hemstra, Verhoek, Thomas, and Castro. Self-esteem have the effect to aggressiveness. Only Hemstra, Verhoek, and Thomas and Castro saw the result that self-esteem has no role in aggressiveness. Because of the differences of their results, so we conduct the research that purpose to know the role of self-esteem on aggressiveness in emerging adulthood after breakup. So the hypothesis is a role for self-esteem toward aggressiveness in emerging adulthood after breakup. This is the methods. Participants were 326 men and women in the age between 18 until 25 years old, this is the stage of emerging adulthood. And the research design is quantitative study with simple regression analysis. The measurement, the aggressiveness was measured by aggression questionnaire by Bush and Perry 1992, 29 items with Cronbach alpha 0.78 and self-esteem measured by Rosenberg self-esteem scale 10 items, Cronbach alpha 0.825. This is the procedure. And the result is self-esteem give role to aggressiveness 8.5%. So there is a relationship between self-esteem to aggressiveness with negative relationship. So if self-esteem low, the aggressiveness is high. Most respondents in this research were in the category as the high category of aggressiveness and low category in self-esteem. This is the discussion and suggestion. The finding of the study is in line with the research by Garofalo, Holden, Hill, and Felaty that someone with low self-esteem has a greater potential to be aggressive. It's also in line with the research of Jawa and Ambarini that reveal that low self-esteem will lead to aggressiveness as a form of self-protection from negative feeling they receive. But it's different from sorry, and it's also same with the study from you et al. That someone who has low self-esteem has high aggressiveness. And the suggestion of this research for another or further research is another research suggested to examine other variables that may affect the aggressiveness after breakup, such as subjective well-being, self-efficacy, self-image, self-concept, and etc. And in addition, another research maybe can study another developmental stage, maybe to adolescents or young adult, before and after the emerging adulthood. Okay, this is the references. Terima kasih, or in Indonesia, it's from thank you. Namaste.
Thank you so much. Anyone would like to ask a question? Thank you so much for that very concise presentation. Let's go ahead and proceed. I would like to invite Andy Terry Faradiba to present the paper titled Reading Comprehension on a Laptop, a Cell Phone, and Paper. Which one is better? Andy?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Hi. Yeah, go ahead and share your screen.
Okay, let me prepare. Can you see my presentation?
Yes. Can you start from the title?
Okay. This one.
All right. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Faradiba. I come from Universitas Pancasila, one of the college previous presenter, Aisyah. And this is my research with my team. There is Rifki, Hapsari, Rosalina, Yudita, and Anggraini. And I'm very happy to be here. So I will share my what I get from my research. The topic is reading comprehension. Which one is better, using laptop, cell phone, or paper? Before entering the digital area, people obtain information or knowledge from newspaper and magazine, and because there is a huge development technology, people tend to use right now or using electronic media to get information or to get knowledge. However, some people in Indonesia believe that it's harder to get information from media online, such as using laptop or cell phone, than use print media, such as magazine on printed book. And previous studies said that if people use the media online, it will irritate their eye, and people harder to understand what they read because there is a scrolling. I mean, there are scrolling activities that they have to do to get more information. So it will cause decreasing concentrate and focus. And what reading comprehension is? Reading comprehension is an ability of an individual to obtain information or idea conveyed through reading and be able to interpret this idea, both in their explicit and implicit meaning. From the literature, there are several strategies an individual can implement to understand a reading material, such as using background knowledge, asking questions, drawing conclusion, acquiring meanings, summarizing, forming a picture, and knowing the content of the reading. Previous research coming from Mangan et al. 2013 and Young 2012 states that reading comprehension performance on paper reading is better than screen reading. Moreover, 2016, Buchner states that there is no difference in reading comprehension between paper reading and screen reading. Based on the description above, this study aims to examine the effect of reading medium on reading comprehension. So this research is significant as currently there is a limited amount of study in Indonesia that discuss reading medium and reading comprehension using an experimental design. Yeah, to answer the research question, we use experimental design using between subject design post-test only, and the technique sampling is non-probability. We involve undergraduate students in Faculty of Psychology. Of course, they agree to be a participant for the study, and we used reading comprehension question. We prepare reading material about general knowledge, and the answer we made multiple choices. Procedure of these participants, everyone enter the experiment room. There were 3 rooms divided into the category of reading medium, paper, cell phone, and laptop. And after they read the paper, the media, they give a question, and score of the participants were calculated by adding up the amount of correct answer. Before they did the task, they asked to choose number 1, 2, or 3 to determine the reading medium without knowing the information what it is. And participants were given 10 minutes to work on the question. Because it's experimental study, there was a control technique applied that is a constant condition in which researcher provided the same facility, such as experimental room, number of observer, and time of the research. So this is the results. The demographic participants, as can be seen, there are 117 respondents, and the majority were female, almost 80%, and they are 18 and 19, majority of participants, And from the table 1, the resulting significant value is indicate there is no significantly differences reading comprehension based on the reading media. And then this is the mean rank of reading comprehension that show even though there is no significantly differences, as can be seen that the participants who use laptop as media have the higher mean reading comprehension than the other participants that use cell phone or paper. So the discussion, like I said before, the purpose of this study is to examine the effect of reading medium on reading comprehension. And we use 3 types of reading medium: laptop, cell phone, and paper. So the result show that there is no difference in comprehension, in reading comprehension among the 3 reading mediums. The absence of significant differences in reading comprehension among the reading mediums indicates that if differences in comprehension exist, it will be very difficult to pinpoint, or there are other factors involved. because there was observation in this research. The result of observation at the time also support the result of the previous research, in which participant in the laptop look calmer when working on question compared to the participant in the cell phone and paper group experimental group. Participants in the cell phone were observed to be doing a lot of movement when answering question, like stretching, changing the position, putting down and lifting up the cell phone to read the question. And participants with paper experimental group were observed to be turning pages very often. So we can assume that a participant who use laptop can get more concentration. The weakness of my research, it should be noted that the participant in this research only consists of the younger generation in the range of adolescence age. So generalization cannot be established, and next researchers must collect data from outside of South Jakarta area to generate a more varied data. And for further research, maybe can implement the within subject design, kind of the experimental design, to observe reading comprehension on the same participant and minimize participant differences. So, conclusion, based on the result of data analysis, there is no significant difference among the three reading mediums. And furthermore, the contribution of reading mediums to reading comprehension is only 4.1%. Thank you. I think that's all.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any questions? All right, seems none. Let's go ahead and proceed. Let me invite Ramadhana to present the paper titled Perception of the Concept of Death in School-Age Children Through Audio-Visual Media, specific on Disney animated films.
Present.
Hi.
Hello, hello, hello. How are you?
Hello, good evening. Yep, you can go ahead and share your screen. Hold on.
Okay, I'm waiting for the...
Yep, go ahead, please.
Okay, here we go. Is it shown yet?
Yes, it's up. Please have it on a presentation mode and please proceed.
Okay, thank you so much, distinguished committee, fellow scholars, fellow colleagues. Allow me to present our research between me, M. Ramadana, and my colleague, previous speaker, Aisyah Shihab, in perception concept of death in school-age children through the visual medium, specifically on Disney animated films. Now, some of you might ask a question about the title, but I want to start with films, movies. We all love them, right? And we can learn so much from watching movies. And using that basic, we can summarize that movies is other method that we can learn other than reading, and all type of topic we can found in films, including difficult concept or abstract concept on death. See, in psychological meaning or in psychological concept, if you have a misunderstanding, less educated, or maybe an ignorance about death concept, it could actually lead to psychological and maybe some to physical distress. you're not actually understand what just happening about the person you lost and other that stuff. Now, the psychological impact of that misunderstanding, less educated ignorance could actually lead to some psychological condition, which you can say about stress, depression, suicidal, or just some of the psychological impact that might actually happen when someone doesn't understand or comprehends the meaning of death itself. Now, as you might also learn that my previous slides say that it's a difficult and abstract concept because it's so much categories that you need to understand what death actually is. Now, in psychological concept, by using Piaget cognitive development stages, humans are divided by 4 stages: sensory motor stages, pre-operational stages, concrete operational, and formal operational stage. Now, formal operational stage goes by with a person above age 12. So by that concept, people actually have an advanced way of thinking with deductive reasoning and all. But previously, under 12 of age, you might say by concrete operational, between the age of 6 and 11, they need to they don't have that abstract thinking, so it might have more difficulty about understanding what the death really is. Not to mention previously with the pre-operational stages between 3 to 5, also doesn't have a complete grasp of what death is. Now we can set aside what for the adult, but if you don't understand death since the beginning of age, it could actually lead to the previous impact, like I said before, and it goes into a long-term depression, into a long-term suicidal, and all. Now, this is the death concept that you need to understand. Just imagine irreversibility, universality, as you might actually see, there are 7 of them. Now, for adult, you might actually grasp some of this death concept, hopefully and mostly all. But for the previous ages before 12, actually you might come up with some problem, which I might explain later on the slide. But this is the death concept that you need to understand, or you need to grasp to understand what death really is after you've seen, after what you experience or maybe heard and all. Now, this is a few cases that we found in our country. This is one of the few cases that actually popular or big in our country that happen when you don't grasp or understanding the meaning of death. By the year 2006, children among the age of 6 to 11 dies from pretend play as a wrestle. This is when the time where SmackDown or some WCW or some of the bigger wrestling event happening and become very popular all around the world. Now, children, just like I said, between age 6 to 11 is in a concrete operational stage. By this time, they only see and do, and they didn't actually understand what the meaning of it. That might actually lead to certain death. Now, fast forward to 2017, it happened again in children between age 8 to 11. They're doing skip challenge. This is where the challenge, where online challenge, where social media challenge are actually popular around the world. One of them is skip challenge, which is you actually press someone's chest so hard that they might not be able to breathe. The longest you can breathe, and the popular you get because you're completing challenge. But some of the children trying this challenge and they end up dead. Like I said, if you don't grasp the death concept, this thing is causality, which death can happen because of something. Because they don't grasp and understand of the death concept, it could actually lead to some of previous event. See, this is the previous study that happened to understand that phenomenon, that children in concrete operational stages between age 6 to 11 understand several of this concept, but exclusively, but irreversibility. Well, this uniquely happened because some of the Eastern culture of reincarnation, wandering spirit, life after death, some of the cases, some of the children even said that I saw my late friends wandering around in the back of a house with he or she tried to say that maybe he or she seeing someone's a ghost or something. So this is the one concept from death that maybe children doesn't have exact grasp of what the meaning of it. See, this is the you must say categorize from what happened in pre-operational stage or complete operational stage that might actually explain why children doesn't actually have a complete grasp of the concept of death. Because in pre-operational stage, they do symbolic play, just like my previous cases, saying that they seeing someone's playing wrestling and they do the wrestling and they do the imitation and it might actually hurt themselves. In concrete operational, the line or the basis, only the basic simple logic, which they cannot grasp something that actually abstract. Now, Disney movies is one of the multi-billion-dollar entertainment company gives a lot of, was shown or have produced a lot of movies. And some of the movies back in the earlier years, during 1930s, 40s, Disney shown a lot of, you might say, death situation. And that goes on until the previous one, let's say Coco, after they acquired Pixar. Now, one study from Cox, Garrett, and Graham in 2005 found simple visual that Disney movies give simple visual story-wise an example about death concept, specifically for the concept of irreversibility. Now, based on this previous study, we tried to find another Disney movies that actually explain most of the death concept, as you might seen from the Snow White during the 30s, all the way to a Renaissance timing in Disney during the 90s. They actually shown most of the films about the character facing the death situation and dealing with that psychological impact of it. As you might see, some of it already being remade in live action because of the popularity. As you might see, Beauty and the Beast, Lion King, but one of the most popular of it, as you might see from the $1 billion, from the home videos, from the movies, and then the live action remake, Lion King, is one of the most popular movies out there that might actually represent the category of the death concept that we could explore. See, Lion King actually have this character status, depiction of death status, emotional reaction and causality of the character when they're facing death and the impact of it. By using that background, we try to devise a method. See, our participant will watch one animated Disney movies, which could actually be changed by with the previous one, but this is one of the most popular, Lion King. And after that, with the age of between 5 to 11, just like the previous set, we try to understand the participant during the pre-optional and the concrete operational stage. And by using the mixed method, we try to give a quantitative questionnaire by using CAT, death, concept inventory. And after that, we will do group interview or focus group discussion to actually understand, because during that age, children doesn't have a good communication ability. So they have to explain themselves for the answer that they give. Now, due to strict COVID-19 restriction, we were unable to finish the research and we were unable to complete all the data that we need to show what the result that we have. So I guess this is the end of our proposal research that I can give and show you. And hopefully I could find or response or question from distinguished scholar, fellow colleague to advance this research. Thank you so much, and thank you for your time.
So much. Thank you so much. And are there any questions? Right, it seems none. Let's proceed for our last presenter for today. I invite Anindya Diwi Paramita to present the paper titled High School Students' Achievement, Motivation, and Academic Procrastination During Pandemic. Hi.
Hi, Jojo. How are you?
I'm good. You're so beautiful.
Thank you.
You can go ahead and share your screen.
Thank you, Jojo, for the opportunity. And thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, everyone. Let me prepare it. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen. You can go ahead and proceed.
Okay, thank you, Jojo, for leading this. And thank you for the opportunity. As the last presenter, I will introduce myself. My name is Paramita. And this evening, I will present to you all my research with my colleague and my team titled High School Students' Achievement, Motivation, and Academic Procrastination During Pandemic. We're from Faculty of Psychology, University of Pancasila, Indonesia. Okay, so we'll start from the national prevalence of COVID-19. Day by day, the number of reported cases is increasing. Total reported cases until April 2021 is 1.6 million, with active cases is 100,000 and total reported deaths is 45,000. And from across Indonesia, it seems that the most cases is in Jakarta, Jawa Barat, and Jawa Tengah. So this study take places in Jakarta and Jawa Barat. We'll focus on Jakarta and Jawa Barat. And as a response to the COVID situation, the government's policy, the government made a policy to flatten the curve that were large-scale social restrictions. And from that policy, several areas are affected, like those who work became work from home, and those who goes to school take place from home, and the government also closed public places. And this affect not only in one country, but in the whole wide world. So this is a global changes actually. And why focus on the adolescents? Although it is not the group with the highest prevalence of positive cases, this group is quite affected because there are many changes while they are in a vacant stage of development. Adolescents are on the phase of seeking identity, they need social life, they need academic activities, they need leisure activities, they still need to explore their interests and broaden their knowledge to prepare for college, to prepare for the future. So this age is actually quite affected because of the global changes. And I'm sorry. Okay, so what changes in their lives? Just to see from school from home change everything, like day-to-day interaction. It changes from face-to-face into online just from screen. from before pandemic, they can see each other, they can play with each other, they can talk with each other face to face. But after the pandemic, they have to change the way they interact to other people. The learning method is also changed from class, a regular class, into online class, from live classes and pre-recorded classes. So to adjust with the situation, they need to prepare themselves, they need to be responsible, they need to manage themselves, they need to regulate themselves to respond to the situation. And also the method, the type of learning, the homework, the quantity is also changes to adapt to the situation. So everything changes for them. So the implication is they need different daily schedules. They need more time to accomplish all the tasks given. They need to manage the time to finish their homeworks, to finish their exams at home. And deadline times is also changes because the way they adjust to the situation. Before, maybe all the deadlines are in the school time, but now adolescents, not just adolescents, but all the students from elementary since high school might faces different deadline times for their homework. So they need support. They need to have a support system. With no face-to-face interaction, that means that less engagement in day-to-day classes and interaction. It means the way they get support from their environment is also changed. They need to find a way to get support from their environment outside their home. And also the effort is also changed. They need more effort to keep the focus long enough on screen, because we adults know that if we face screen all day, we will have headache and etc. So they will experience that too. And more effort to keep up with the learning materials and content with different learning methods. So the effort is also need to improve. So what's the research question? Basically, we want to know how is the Indonesian students or high school students achievement motivation profile during the pandemic, and also how is the academic procrastination profile of Indonesian high school students during pandemic. What is achievement motivation? Achievement motivation is individual's tendency to strive for success and choose activities that focus on goals. So if the students have good achievement motivation, they can interpret it as an encourage student to do tasks as well as possible based on the standard of excellence. Meanwhile, academic procrastination is the tendency to delay or avoid specifically academic tasks completely by individual consciously. So they deliberately delay their activities until last second or not to do them at all, they say. So this research involved 448 high school students in Jakarta, Banten, and Jawa Barat from age 16 to 19 years old. The data collected from self-reported questionnaire included three parts. The first part is their data, their demographic data, and the second part is their procrastination data, and the third part is the achievement motivation scale. Both questionnaires are translated into Bahasa and were validated before the study. And the result were 74% of the participants were female and the 25% were male. And more than 50% were the 12th grader, and 40% were 11th grader, and only 3% that were for 10th grader. And the profile of academic motivation and achievement motivation and academic procrastination, as you can see on the screen. So most of all, they seem to have high achievement motivation, but they tend to have a moderate academic procrastination. Why is that so? During pandemic, 68% high school students show high achievement motivation. Previous research explained that during pandemic, some students tend to like school more because they have access to the lesson material before teaching time, have more time to relax, and the learning takes place at home. That is a comfortable environment for them. So in a way, they feel comfort while the learning activities goes, different from school setting. Also, the use of videos and various applications enhances learning. Seeing these adolescents in this very time, they were a tech-savvy generation. So if the school and the teacher can provide a various way of learning, different kind of application, different kind of online interaction that has been used to study, it seems that it can make them more interesting in learning. And also because they have high motivation to achieve, this condition explains that these students will also show adequate effort to be able to complete all the assignments and learning activities on time. Therefore, the data shows that level of procrastinations tend to be low and moderate. It seems that from previous research also shows that support from environment, support from house, support from the family, support from the parents is also contribute to their achievement motivation and procrastination level. So for students to keep maintaining their achievement motivation and procrastination on the appropriate level, it seems that support system might be one of the most important factor to be concerned. I think that would be all from me. Thank you for the opportunity to share this research. I get back to you, Jojo.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And do we are there any questions? Right, seems none. And we will give now time for our session chair, Dr. Dev Kumar Rai, to announce. Do you need more time, Dr. Dev Kumar?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. All presentation and speaker are very good. They have nicely presented their work in this conference. First of all, I heartily appreciate their effort and hard work. Now, it is very difficult for me to select best presenter and best paper among all. But after so many consideration, I could reach to some conclusion and two names among all the best. So I would like to announce their name. So best paper award goes to Mr. Neeraj Tripathi. This award given on the basis of topic content. And best paper presenter award goes to Ms. Kajol Chaudhary. This award goes on basis of the way of presenting the paper. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. All right, and yeah, you can please stay tuned to our website for the certificates, and all the awards will be shared to you via email. Thank you so much. And on behalf of IFERP. I heartily thank all of our delegates and students who have contributed to the conference success. Thank you all for participating in our conference today. Stay tuned with us for more updates regarding IFERP upcoming conferences. Again, all the certificates and updates will be shared to you via email. Thank you all once again. Have a great day.
Thank you, Jojo. See you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you. Goodbye.
Congratulations.
Thank you so
And all participants, thank you.